Hello, hello. Hi, Al. Hi, everyone that's there. So we're going to talk about Todd Mullis and Amy Mullis, who was murdered. Now, Todd Mullis was convicted of murdering his wife with a corn rake after a trial back in 2018. And I covered that trial extensively. If you look on this channel, you'll see every single day I went over it. I did a recap of the entire case, and which I may, let me just see something. Hold on one second. Because I'm going to go through some other stuff, but I wanted to also go through about Todd Mullis. Now, I have to tell you, okay, I usually, if I watch this on a trial channel, I do not chat in the chat. Why? Because there are so many people that don't even understand how a trial. But today, I tell you, what I am convinced, and it's not going to convince me otherwise, that it was not full of, what do they call, the stands of Todd Mullis, these women who may be writing to him in prison, who are convinced he's innocent and got a raw deal, but yet they don't understand how facts work. And if you point out the facts to them, they then say, you're a bully, but this is the way it happened. Like, they're the bullies in there, but they're telling about, like, I don't know, 10 or 12 of us, all this stuff. It is just so ridiculous. So I can't be bothered with that crap anymore. Really, stands, it's just nuts. You try to ask them and have an intelligent conversation with it's not possible. It's not possible. Because they don't deal with facts. They want you to think, oh yeah, she fell on a corn rake, took it out of her back, fell on it again, took it out of her back, fell on it again. Yeah, okay. And then just happened to end up on her hands and knees. Yeah, that's plausible. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we're going to go through all that. I want to see something right here before I... Okay, let's see. Because I had... There was a video that I did a long time ago and had a recap of Todd. I remember doing it. I remember sitting on my couch and doing it way back in the day. And it was a recap about the case. And I keep saying, I keep reverting to saying Mullins. You have to just forgive me because I have a mind block on it now. It's Mullis. But I keep saying Mullins. I keep writing Mullins. I cannot get it out of my head. Okay, anyway, let me just see if I can find my... Just wanted to show you something before we got started. But this is a very interesting case. I learned a lot about pig farming on this case when we were watching the trial because they really went into how these pigs were brought in. And the reason why is his wife was having an affair with the overseer of that would come to the farm. So we'll talk about that. Plus she had had an affair 5 years earlier. And yeah. So, but... I'm just trying to find out where my video is here. Let me see. Mommy Ramblings. Oh, a review of what you need to know. Okay, yeah, here I am. I'll show that. Let me just pull this up and we'll just see real quick what I was saying about this 5 years ago. We'll see how it was. Let me see here. Come on now, darling. What is going on?
Taxes was paying the price.
Hey guys, I thought what I would do is bring you the Mullis trial kind of, well, as succinctly as possible that I can do, so that if you haven't been watching all the lives, you can watch this, be up to date, because the jury is deliberating. Oh, the jury was deliberating.
So let's take a look. Chop and clean the light fixtures. Now there are fences inside these barns, and every so often we had made breakfast, but there was some left for Todd and Tristan. So as they ate what
Tristan
was
is the
left there,
son.
and you'll hear differing accounts on what that is. You know, you'll hear breakfast, and then the defense will later say that they had a piece of toast and some water. So, or the defense or one of the, excuse me, it's not the defense, it's actually one of the investigators who said that there was a piece of toast and some water. That doesn't account really for breakfast, but I guess, I don't know. You can hear differing accounts of it in the testimonies. So anyway, they then decide that they're going to work to get the hog barns together because these piglets are coming next week, right? And when they get the hog barns together, what that entails
The hog barns, that's where the pigs go.
they have to get those nipple feeders put down. They have to get heaters in there because it's cold in Iowa and the pigs will die. So they put the heaters in. And then they need the light fixtures cleaned. Apparently the light fixtures above, as you can imagine, in a barn with pigs and everything, on a farm in general, is going to have a lot of flies. And flies leave feces on the outside of the light fixtures, and I guess there were dead flies in the inside. So at this time, they're discussing amongst themselves, and then kind of with Amy what's going to be done. She was going to go out with her daughter Taylor to get snow boots later on that day, but she said, what's going on? They said, well, this is what we're going to do. You know, she wanted to help, is what we're told, and so he says, well, you could come out and clean the light fixtures, right? Okay. So she had to go get changed because she was in her pajamas. She wasn't ready to do any of the farm chores. And then Todd and Tristan went out to the barns. In a little bit, Amy came out, and how she did this chore is she would stand on a 5-gallon bucket, reach up, and clean the light fixtures. Now there are fences inside these barns, and every so often Todd or Tristan would notice that when Amy was getting down or climbing up, especially when she was getting down, she would really brace herself on the fence post. And they asked her if everything was okay. She said she was a little dizzy. Now a couple of times Tristan or Todd inquired about it. Then Todd said, well, why don't you go in?
Now, she had an outpatient surgery right before this, so that's why she was a little dizzy.
House. No, she wanted to help. So this continued for a little bit until she became pretty dizzy. At that point, Todd said, you're really not helping here. Why don't you go back into the house? Okay, but before you do, you know what would really help us out, Tristan had said this, is if you get a pet carrier. Now, apparently there was a litter of kittens at the farm. Their mother died. Tristan said it was poisoning, they think. So they have this litter of kittens. They have to get things out of wherever this is that the kittens are, in the shed or the barn or the shop, I think it is. And they're worried about running over the kittens with a forklift or something else. They have to get water to these chickens and whatnot. So that's why they wanted the carrier, to put the kittens in there so they're out of the way when this machinery and stuff is going to be brought out. Now this,
Drinking warm water before bed dropped me from 247 to 196 while I slept.
pet carrier is in what they call the red shed. The red shed is a shed that is in proximity of the hog barns, not too far, and
The hog barns are as long as a
the
football
house,
field.
but the shop is there as well, nearby as well. And so what happens is they say just like leave it up there by the shop and then, go in the house. Well, they worked for another, I don't know, an hour, 15 minutes, Todd was saying.
Now listen, she is not supposed to, because of that outpatient surgery, lift anything over 10 pounds, okay? All right, just saying.
And the whole time that they were working, when Tristan was on the stand, he said that he wasn't away from his father for more than a few minutes because he went to get a drink from this hose by the shop, in the shop area or by the shop area. And when he would do this, he wouldn't be able to see his father, but he said he was back very quickly. Now in the deposition, he surmised it to be about like a minute and 45 seconds, but then he said he really couldn't remember because he didn't have his phone, he didn't have a clock in any of the barns, but that was all that he did. So they were saying it's a minute and a half, 2 minutes or whatever. And he says his father was in that barn. But now, after about an hour and a half of that, an hour and 15 minutes that they're working, they take a look out because they had to go change their boots. Now what happens here is they don't want to transfer any disease from barn to barn. So what they do is their regular work boots, they go to the shop and they take them off and they put on these like slip-on kind of muck kind of boots, right? To go in the barn. So when they come out of the hog barn, they are in the shop changing their boots. They notice at this time that there is no pet carrier, right? Nothing's there. So they're both looking, and then Todd and Tristan, it's not clear, but the father says, well, do you want to go see what happened? Or Tristan says, I'm going to go see what happened. Whatever it is, Tristan is the one that goes to see what happened. Todd is finishing getting washed up and getting his boots on. And he hears some yelling or screaming from Tristan, and then he kind of walks outside and he hears it again, at which time he runs over to the red shed and finds Amy there, crouched and kind of leaning against the door, like onto her face, onto her knees, her hands and knees, with a corn rake in her back. Now, a corn rake, for those of you that don't know, is kind of like a pitchfork, but instead it has 4 tines and they're curved up, so they curve upwards. And it's on a long wooden handle. Todd says that he can't maneuver Amy through the shed doors, which is kind of unbelievable because when you see pictures of them, there's parts that look like split plywood. It looks like you could just kick it back out. But anyway, he says because of this, he reaches down and pulls that corn rake out and throws it off to the side. Okay, so when he does that, Tristan is going to get the pickup truck. At 13, he can drive. He's a farm boy, I guess. He comes by with the pickup truck, but he can't get the pickup truck all the way to the red shed, so it's about 30 to 40 feet away that Todd carries Amy to the truck. When he gets to the truck, it's said that he tells Tristan to get into the passenger seat and he kind of puts Amy on Tristan, okay? Tristan, who is really shook up. In fact, when Tristan testified, he said his father told him, come on, get it together, cool it, right? So he puts him in there and with his mother like that. And then he jumps in the driver's side and starts driving. And now on the way, he's trying to get to the Manchester hospital, which is about 15 minutes away. He calls 911. Now, I'll play the 911 call and you can listen to it. It becomes very, very important at the end of this case for a reason that's pretty shocking. But you can listen to it now.
Go between your butt cheeks, down between your schnitzel sack, and just sniff the suds, and you go.
Where are you at? On the road. Okay. What's going on? My wife. Overthrown, sitting in the barn. Okay. She's not responsive. Okay. Your wife is in a barn. You said she's unresponsive? No, she's in a little what's called corn fork. I don't know if she's sick. I don't know if she was halfway out the door. I sent my son over to check on her. Okay. She's yelling at me and I'm on the ride. Okay. She looks gone. Okay. We'll get the ambulance for just a second. I'm headed there. I'm about to. Okay, so you're headed to. Okay, what's the hospital? I just grabbed her and threw her in the truck. My son called her. Okay, you're headed to the hospital and she's in your vehicle? Yes, my wake up. Okay, just a second here. Is she? There's no pulse. There's no pulse. Just get on the phone for me. Just a second. I'm going to have another dispatcher get on. I'm going to ask you to pause. Can you pull over? I can. Okay. How about you pull over? Sir, what's your current location, and we'll get an ambulance headed your way. I'm going to ask you to pause. Can you pull over? I can. Okay. How about you pull over? Sir, what's your current location, and we'll.
Okay, now what's happening is he was calling while he was driving. And the woman is like, hey, can you pull over? Like, you know, your wife needs, like, attention now. Can you pull over? So that's what he's doing now, is pulling over.
We'll get an ambulance headed your way. Well, Brian called the new house. I can be right in on Oneida, right? East Oneida. East Oneida. Okay, I'm going to tell her did you do anything? She says, I didn't do nothing. Okay, what is your name, sir? Todd Mullis. And what are you driving? White Chevy. A white Chevy. I can be closer. A white Chevy truck? Oh, I don't know anything. She's coming off the road, but she has her fucking pants off. I say you don't understand. You feel anything? 25 inches per minute. You see anything? Feel anything? 28.5 inches. What do you got to do? His wife in the vehicle unresponsive. They're coming to Oneida. I asked him to stop there. We just have the ambulance paged out. Can you do that, right? Can I get a little closer? Yes, that's Oneida. Can I get a little closer? I've got an officer almost to where you're at. Okay. Okay. I'll turn off so they can get there. Go ahead. You can pull right in there. I'm just east of Oneida. Okay. All right. You feel anything? Amy. Amy. Okay, so what happened that she's not conscious or breathing? She fell on a fork. I had two tons of fork on her. And the old fork's getting in somewhere, and then she was halfway out of the barn. Like, I'm calling you out, and took the yelled, and I ran over there, and she's laying there. I couldn't get her out of the barn. The doors were there. She's not.
He told them that she fell on a fork. He couldn't get her out of the barn. The door. He couldn't get her through the door, so he pulled the corn fork, is what he's calling it, out of her back. That's what he's telling them.
Responding. With the force of attacker at this moment, the 200 fire. We haven't pulled over a long time ago. We had. Was this like a pitchfork? Cornforks. Right. That's what it's called. Yeah, it's kind of got a curve on it. I don't know how that freaking happened. I'm sorry about my cursing. Okay. So is she bleeding? I can't tell. I just, when I seen it, she was face down. Who pulled the pitch out of her? How old is she? Get out of the door. How old is she? She's 38. Okay. She's 38 or 39. Okay. She is not responding. Okay. Come on. Sir, do you feel comfortable doing CPR? I'll try anything. Okay. I'll jump in I guess she's on the side lap. Is she flat on the, are you able to get her flat across maybe the seat? I think it's on the back of the truck. But she's laying on my son's lap. Okay. Oh my God. When I pushed on her, she got like foam in her mouth. She's foaming from the mouth. I don't know how to get her to lay flat. She's, you know what I mean? She's laying across the son's lap. Oh, she got a little rough, around her back. Is he able to get on, maybe he can get on the floor of the truck and she can lay her across the seat so we can get her flat? Go to her and get out, and we lay her on the, and we have to get her on the seat. Okay. Oh, shit. Get out. Get out. Don't leave the seat back a little bit. Where's my head? Okay, she's very flat. I'll tell you when I go. Trying to hold on to the phone. Right. Can you put the phone I'm going to do? Okay. Very flat. As flat as I can. As flat as you can. Hold your hand on her breastbone in the center of her chest, right between your nipples. Okay. Your other hand on top of that ear. Okay. Okay. Pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps, and we're going to do this until they get there and can assist. Okay. 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 Twice per second. I get 1, 2. 1, 2. The deputies are almost there. Okay. Keep doing the compressions until they can help and take over, okay? Keep going, you're doing fine. Keep going. Come on, respond. Come on. Come on. Come on. Is the officer there with you, sir?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Good job. What did he do?
That's fine. Do you want me to stay on the line with you, or are you okay?
No, I can't talk on the phone.
Okay, all right.
My son's right here. I got it.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
How a cybersecurity attack would impact a rural hospital, I almost can't predict it. It could shut down our imaging service.
Okay, so you've heard the call. Some of the things, and the audio is pretty bad, but you can hear him apologize for cursing. Now, if you're in the middle of something like that, it's kind of weird unless you're really worried about how this 911 operator thinks, what she thinks of you. So I found it kind of, just in the beginning, very telling that there was something more going on there, and Todd was more concerned with how he looked. Very narcissistic, in my opinion. Okay. Long story short, the ambulance comes, a couple of deputies come, they meet, they transfer Amy to the ambulance, they get Amy to the hospital where she later dies. From that point on, you see, Todd thought, he says he thought she fell on the corn rake. So that's the information that people at the hospital and everything have, but it's very apparent that it wasn't a fall. Why? Because the corn rake has 4 tines, and Amy has 6 puncture wounds. So let's go and look at this case. That was our case, right? We have the deputies that then get the news from the medical examiner that this is a homicide, and Todd is really the main person of interest, except that Amy had been having another affair. I told you about the one 5 years ago, that ended. But in May of 2018, she started to have another affair with Jerry Frazier, who is a guy that he's the field manager of the pig operation. So he comes and I guess he inspects things or whatever he does. And he has interactions with Todd and Amy at the farm. Anyway, Amy ends up having an affair with him that was ongoing until she passed away. And so at that point, Todd is saying that he didn't know, okay? That he suspected something in July. He suspected something was going on because he looked at a phone bill. Amy was acting a little differently, and he talked to friends about it. We'll get into that, but he saw the phone bill. There's a lot of text between Amy and Jerry. So he questioned both of them about it. Called Jerry, he spoke to Amy. Jerry said that they were speaking about show pigs because he was into show pigs, or his kids were. Jerry had show pigs, and apparently he said to Todd that Amy wanted her kids involved in it. Plus, there were gymnastics that were in common that Jerry's daughter did, and Taylor did some tumbling, so they talked about that. And he denied, having an affair, and it appeared that Todd was very accepting of that, and Amy denied it as well. And then, for good measure, because we'll go on into that, Todd does seek out a search for Jerry's wife, and then he calls Jerry's wife. Okay. So he calls Jerry's wife, and Jerry's wife denies things, as well. But later on, it's told that she thinks Jerry's crazy, and she blocks him from her Facebook. Okay, so that's what we have going in, right? Todd's questioned many times. They keep telling him that the deputies and then the investigator from the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigations tries to tell him, look, you're our only suspect, because they ruled Jerry out. They ruled Jerry's wife out. Todd was the only other person that was, their subject there for who could have done this, right? And who could have had a motive would be that, as we'll see, Todd worked very hard on this farm. This was his passion. He did not want to get a divorce. He did not want to lose half the farm. He did not want to split up his kids. So that is going to be what the prosecution said is the motive. He was arrested on, I believe it was February 29th. Okay, more than 3 months after this. And this is where this trial started. Todd pleaded not guilty. And so here we go. On the first day, they had their opening statements, right? Let's see what we have here. So they were married 14 years. This was what was covered in the beginning of the prosecution, right? Todd Mullis charged with murdering Amy Mullis November 10th, 2018 in the first degree. This happened in Iowa. She was doing farm chores with Todd and Tristan, and she was brutally murdered with a corn rake. They were married 14 years. She had an affair before, but they reconciled. She was having an affair now, but she planned to leave Todd. He used a corn rake and pretended it was a farm accident, wanted it to appear as a farm accident. She was killed in the red shed, and it was a cold, calculating, brutal murder.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks unlimited possibilities. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience.
After he did that, this is the prosecution's opening statement, he sent their 13-year-old son to find his mother. Then he called 911. He believed he thought of everything. He believed he could fool the doctors and the law enforcement. Until the medical examiner says no. Amy had to be struck at least 2 times, possibly 3 times with this corn rake. This was no accident. Until friends said how fearful Amy was, that Todd would kill her, make her disappear. And until an iPad connected to Todd's Gmail shows searches of how to kill unfaithful women. Prosecution said there would be overwhelming evidence. At this time, we can see Todd sitting there smirking in court taking notes. Prosecution says you will find only one verdict fits this, the verdict of guilty. Okay, the defense has their opening statements. They say they agree with some of what the state says. Okay, that it was a vicious murder, but it's not.
This is so
who did
important.
it.
This part here is so important, guys. You have to understand that the people that I saw in the chat today, oh my gosh, I was pulling, I wanted to, bang my head against the wall. They don't even know this case. They say they do, but they don't. This case, the prosecution and the defense both said this was a horrific murder. They didn't say it was a farm accident. Okay? So Todd's own defense attorneys say murder. That's really, really important.
That they're debating. They're going to show that Mr. Mullis did not do it. So they're not looking to put it on anyone else or to offer anyone else that could have done it. They are just there to show that Todd did not do this. Todd and his 13-year-old son went to another farm early, as I told you, to do some chores. Too cold to do what they needed, so they returned to the house, right? Defense goes over this in their statements. Amy and the children had breakfast. Amy had minor surgery for bleeding problems. Amy felt cooped up and wanted to help out. Todd was going to help move pipes for the new pigs, they're called the nipple feeders. Tristan was moving the heaters, and Amy was cleaning the light fixtures. Then Todd and Tristan noticed that she was losing her balance. They said, honey, take it easy, go back in the house, but she still wanted to help. So the cat with the litter of kittens, right? Todd tells her about the pet carriers in the red shed. Why don't you get that and just leave it out there for us and then go back in the house? Tristan got a drink of water maybe 2 times. Todd remained in the hog area, and they worked for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, the defense says. He did not see the pet carrier out where, he asked Amy to leave it, so he told Tristan to go see and go get the pet carrier. Tristan finds his mother in the shed with a corn fork stuck in her back. Pet carrier's partially pulled out. It's really horrible scene. Todd cannot get her out of the shed without taking the corn fork out of her back. The doors are too narrow. They get Amy in the pickup truck with Tristan, and the defense says that she's laying across their laps. There's various descriptions of where and how Amy is in that truck. Calls 911. The other thing that Todd does say, I just want to say, he says he threw her in the truck to the 911 operator, which is really not good. They transfer Amy, where she's soon pronounced dead, to the hospital, right? 2 deputies meet up with them. They're all at the hospital, but Tristan, there was a neighbor that came on the site, took Tristan back to the farm, was to, turned him around, and Todd went on with this neighbor's father who was in the car, and the neighbor drove Tristan back to the farm in Todd's pickup truck. So there was a brief questioning when Tristan was at the hospital, because it appears that Tristan went to the hospital in Todd's pickup truck with this neighbor just for a brief time, and Todd was traveling with this neighbor's father. Okay? Todd said he thought she fell on the floor, but he says he didn't know. He found her, he just assumed that. She was wearing many layers of clothing. He couldn't tell. There was no other explanation at the time. And he remained consistent, the defense says, during all of the questioning. Tristan's story stayed basically the same and was basically what the defense is saying they said. He was questioned several times, even at CPS headquarters by a special investigator that questions children of, traumatic crimes and things. Amy had been working at the hospital up until 5 years prior when she had that affair. They went to counseling, they worked through it. And Todd, marriage was important to him, but not enough to murder. Todd continued to work to save his marriage. Jerry Frazier was a hog servicer who had a sexual affair with Amy. And he did most of his business communications with Amy. In the spring of 2018, Jerry said things moved from flirting to sexual. And he and Amy met in some places, like a hotel at some times, but we'll later find out they met mostly at other farms. Todd saw phone bills with a lot of text messages.
No, yeehaw, I'm live. We're just looking at this because it's this case that I've been covering for 5+ years. So we're looking because this is a very good synopsis of the case. We're going to get into it after this, some more.
Messages between the two. Todd called Jerry to say, hey, what's going on, man? And Jerry said, I'm just telling her about show pigs and things like that. She wants your kids to get into that. It's nothing, there's nothing going on. Todd talked to Amy and she said that there was nothing going on, and then he called Jerry's wife. Todd called Jerry's wife, and Jerry's wife said she wasn't aware of anything. Again, she called him crazy and she blocked him from Facebook. Jerry was able to convince Todd that nothing was going on, and Jerry said Amy was more interested in the affair than he was. Everything changed after the medical procedure, that's what he says, and the iPad that the searches that you'll hear about were conducted on this iPad. That was a farm iPad. It was out in the shop. It was out in the tractors. Many people used it. Many people had access to it, and that's why we have to look at why and when searches were made. Todd's explanation about the accident is an honest conclusion, but it was wrong. And, it was an on-the-spot explanation. Everyone agrees Amy was murdered horribly, but he tells the jurors that you will find not only reasonable doubt about whether Todd Mullis did this, but you will have no doubt at all that Todd Mullis had nothing to do with this when they're done. The first witness was Jeff Fuller, and that's Amy's brother. And he lives in Eldora, Iowa. They talk about Amy's work, right? He said Amy was an RN who left her work in order to work on the family farm. Now, Amy loved being outside. He said she loved hunting, fishing, golf, and loved people, and her 3 kids were, her pride and joy. Prior to her death, she was an RN, but she left. She met Todd after, the brother met Todd when he got out of the Navy. The brother got out of the Navy. That's when he met him in 2003 or 2004. Amy married Todd in 2004, and he thought they had a good relationship. Robert Fuller is the father of Amy and Jeff, and he remarried someone named Eileen, who's Eileen Fuller, and she will testify. Peggy is their mother, and she remarried Randy, and their last name is Munson. So Amy, right before Wyatt, the youngest child, was born, had told Jeffrey that she was not really happy. In August of 2018, the family had a lot of issues going on there. They had grandmother that was very sick. She had a fall, and unfortunately she didn't make it. She was in the hospital. So Amy and her mother and of course Jeff were out there, and at that time Amy had met Jeff and his wife outside, Jeff's wife is named Morgan, outside the emergency room exit, and she had told them both at that time, this is August of 2018, that she was going to divorce and leave Todd. Now, the grandmother passes away that same day, and they go and they have to go through her belongings and things, and she had some furniture that Amy asked Jeff if he would store at his place, because when she gets divorced, she said she needed something to start out with. Jeff says, of course. He takes the furniture, and it was stored in his garage, and still is, he says. Okay. There's another thing going on. Okay. The uncle, their uncle, mother's brother, has a brain aneurysm. I guess, it was it was in October, just a couple of months after the grandmother. And so now that is up in Des Moines, and Amy's going there a lot to relieve her mother. The brother's there. The brother said he did not know about the other affair, but that he did know about a situation where Amy went to pick up her younger son from the mother-in-law, Todd's mother, and the mother had spoken very negative about her, said that she was abandoning her children, she was a terrible mother. Okay. They asked, let's see, the cross-examination, they had asked if he knew.
Why do we do things the hard way? Coming through. It's so backwards.
How many times Amy did visit with the uncle or did relieve the mother. Jeff would only be able to guess, so he didn't say anything. And anytime that Amy coordinated visits with Taylor's Tumbling, he really didn't know. October 2018, you had a conversation about Todd's mom and what she said. Did she tell you that Todd stood up for her? No, he said she did not. And were you aware of Amy's affair from 5 years ago? He says no. Up until her death, did you know that she was having an affair? And he said no. So he didn't know about the affairs at all. Next on the stand is Eileen Fuller. She's the stepmother of both Jeff and Amy. 54 years old, grew up in Iowa. Her occupation is sales and advertising, and she married Robert Fuller, their father. She has 2 children, Whitney and Zachary, and of course Robert has 2 children, Jeffrey and Amy. And they met through Amy, because she met Amy in 2002 through a mutual friend, and they would go to dances and barbecues and go swimming, and they just, had a good time together. In 2003, she met Todd through Amy again, and she also met Robert, her husband, through Amy. They got married in July of 2004. That's Eileen and Robert. And then on 9/11 of 2004 is when Todd and Amy got married. So they got married in the same year, just a few months apart. Todd and she got along just fine. She said Todd came to their farm. She would put in and take out crops. Did you know about the affair 5 years ago? She said yes, but she had thought that they worked things out. You had a conversation with Todd about 2.5 years after that affair, and you had said something like, it looks like you guys are working it out. This happened to be a Thanksgiving where everybody was there, but it happened to be just Todd and Eileen in the kitchen. And it's when she says this to Todd, it looks like you guys are working things out. And Todd says, I'm not going to lose my farm, and what I worked for is what Eileen says. 2018, the grandma died, the uncle had the aneurysm, and Amy was spending a lot of time in the hospital and helping, right? Yes. Todd called Eileen during that time, is what she says, several times, or texted. He was concerned. Amy was spending so much time at the hospital. So, mostly through text, occasional calls, but she said he would be angry and frustrated because he had a lot of work. He didn't go into extreme details, but he made it known that he suspected she was having another affair. Todd said he confronted the field manager and he asked him and Amy both. That was after seeing the phone records. She told him that she would talk to his wife, not Todd's wife, Jerry's wife. That was what Eileen said she would do if it was her. Amy, did you know about Amy and his mother getting into a fight? She said Amy went there or something. He just said that his mom kicked Amy out of the house. And cross-examination was that conversation that happened 2.5 years after the affair. Are you sure it was correct? You know, did you write down any names? She said, I didn't write down any names or dates. I don't know. She wasn't sure, but she said it was Thanksgiving. Amy and the kids were there. And did he love his children? Did he love his farming career? Yes, he did. August of 2018, he communicated with you about Amy being absent from the home, correct? Yes. You mentioned his plate was full, right? Crops, etc. Yes. Sounds like she was visiting without kids. She said it cannot say. He said, but when you talked to Todd, he seemed very angry and frustrated, right? Yeah. Suspected Amy was being unfaithful again? Yes. And he talked to the farm manager, correct? Yes. Did Tom feel satisfied with the explanation? She said he didn't say. And you told him to talk to this man's wife? She said, I said if it was me, I would talk to this man's wife. And the defense said, do you know if he did that? She said, no. What about the argument with Todd's mother? And she said the issue was from Amy's absence from the home. They said it was the issue is Amy's absence from the home? Yes, it was. Todd tell you that he confronted his mother and said that, you know, about what she said and did with Amy? And she said, no, I don't recall that. Okay, but you're not saying it didn't happen? No. Did he say 2.5 years ago that he does not want to, didn't he say 2.5 years ago that he didn't want to split his family up? No. Okay, the ground belongs to Amy's grandfather. He went into the land and Todd puts in and takes out their crops. After that, there was no redirect and there was a mid-morning break. And then Tristan, the son, took the stand. He's 14 years old now. And he said that on November 10th, okay, they had come back to the house after going out to do that chore. The ground was frozen. The mother had just finished breakfast, but there was some left. They were engaged in, she was engaged in a puzzle. The conversation began about going out to the hog barns and getting the hog barns ready. And you've helped around the farm before? Yes. So you went out around 9:30? Yes, it did. And there's photos about of the barns, okay? And he asked questions about the layout of the barns. You can check that out. Okay, so they talk about the layout of the barns, And what did you do in the barns? And Tristan says, I went out and got the heaters because it's cold and the piglets are coming, right? Your father's putting down these nipple feeders. Yes, he is. Your mother's cleaning the light fixtures. Yes, she is. And then he has concern. He's asking the mother, you know, if she's dizzy. She had mentioned that she was bleeding, and she said that she was dizzy. He asked her if she was all right, if she needed help. She said, no, I'm fine, and she continued on. But it was not long, maybe another 30, 45 minutes. She was really shaky, dizzy. It was getting worse, right? And so Tristan was like, seriously, are you okay? She was breathing a little heavy. She said, I think I can do more. But then the father said, well, just go now. Just go. We'll finish up. Go ahead. So she agreed to go, yes. And all three of you were in the barn, correct? And then when she was going in the house, they said, you know, what would be really helpful if you could get the pet carrier for us. Again, Tristan tells about the mother cat being sick and poisoned, a litter of kittens. There was concerns over running them over. So he watched her, you know, walk out of the barn, and he continued with his work. His dad was in the barn. Got a drink of water in the office, maybe a couple of times. Did you leave the hog barn to go any other place? Did you do anything other than get drinks? No. While getting drinks, he can't see his dad. He says for about 1 minute and 45 seconds, but then that amount of time, like I said, changed because he really didn't have an estimate of the time because there were no clocks. He didn't have his watch. He didn't have his phone, so he could only say, you know, well, he wasn't sure now exactly how long it was, but it was about, they worked for another hour and a half or so, and then noticed that the pet carrier was not up by the shop. So they asked him, this is the cross-examination, did you see any blood on your dad's clothing? No. Did you see any ripped clothing? No. Did you know about your mother's affair 5 years ago? Yes. Did it seem to come up again in 2018? Yes. He was working on a planner back in August, and Tristan said his mother had become very upset, and so he kind of found out about the affair. His father wanted her to go back into the house, and then he found her. Now, Tristan goes on and says that, you know, his dad told him to calm down, and then that they, you know, made the little rendezvous with the ambulance, and he spoke to the deputies, and the deputies asked Tristan to take them out to the Red Barn where he could see exactly where he found his mother, and a little bit about what happened on the way there and what happened, you know, on after that point, where he, you know, was living with his grandparents at one point after Todd was arrested and stuff like that. So they said that, did you want to be homeschooled? Yes. Why? So you would have more time to work on the farm, and that Tristan was involved in football, but that he quit band. Now there's these 911 videos and, and phone calls, and they do play those, okay, for the courtroom. And then we have Deputy Luke Thompson takes the stand, and he said, and he was one of the first deputies that arrived after this 911 call. So they said, was she able to communicate? Amy, no. Was she responsive? No. Okay, what was the defendant doing when Amy was being worked on? Well, he couldn't really remember because he was taking over chest compressions, and he noticed that Tristan was kind of in shock, and they were trying to get him away. Todd was excited, he said, talkative, not a whole lot of emotion. Then there's another deputy, Eric, that came, and he said a family friend gave Todd a ride to the hospital. That was the father of that Michael that will later testify. Tristan got a ride back to the farm with that neighbor's son, and then they took Tristan to show them, they asked him to show them the red shed. He was only with them a short time. After that, Tristan went back to the house. His deputies took photos of things in the shed and the areas around. They spoke again with Tristan and asked him if he knew what happened, and he explained that she went to get a dog carrier. She had been gone a while, so his father asked him to check. And they give him an evidence bag and they ask him what is it. He opens it without gloves. It is the corn rake and has the broken handle. That's how he knows what it is. Next we have the medical examiner, Dr. Greg Thompson. Okay, and he said he knew Amy as a nurse, you know, a while ago when she worked in the ER, but he has not had any contact with her since. He explains that Amy's face had some friction injuries, and she had friction injuries on her left hand. She had contusions about the where the earrings would be and the left earlobe. She had contusions on the top of the earlobe. She had a combo contusion and abrasion. He talked about the puncture wounds in her jeans or outer coat, you know, that she had jeans they took off, that she was disrobed because they took it off, but he explained that there were punctures in her outer coat that matched the wounds on her body, and that he had received information that she fell on an upended corn rake preliminary exam, and showed the exact, you know, details and injury pattern. Contusions over the knuckles of each hand. There were 2 sets of them. It looked like defensive wounds. There were 6 puncture wounds, you know, to the right posterior chest. She had chin, cheekbone, patella, ear abrasions, contusions. Left side of her jaw, around the ear and the cheekbone. Injuries were not consistent for the fall. How can you have 4 tines on this corn rake and have 6 puncture wounds if you fell on it one time, right? He checked the rake out. He went to where it was being held as evidence and looked at it, and he said it's not possible for a single impact. So he contacted the state medical office for the forensic pathologist Stacy Cruz, and she did the autopsies. Cross-examination of this doctor, they asked him any way to determine what caused these facial injuries. He said blunt force trauma. The way everything was orientated vertically with the corn rake and with the abrasions and stuff was not consistent with one falling down, but there's no way to determine what it was done with, is what they said, and he couldn't at that time know, just that it was blunt force trauma. Okay, the next day, which was day 2, Terry Stainer, 56, took the stand, and she lives near Earlville. She met Amy at Manchester Hospital. Terry is an EMT unit secretary. She became very friendly with Amy, so they went out socially. They even went out on a houseboat, a house party. They were golf partners. They had lots of lunches together. Amy liked to take care of people. She liked to hunt, fish. She was a great nurse. She loved being a mom. Her kids came first, and she was even their coaches in sports. Terry left the hospital after 1 year that they were there, and she remained close to Amy, however, right? She went to another hospital called St. Luke's, but they still worked the volunteer ambulance together, and she said that Amy worked at the hospital up until 5 or 6 years before she had her first affair, and it was a deal with her husband, she said, to change her environment. So they still worked the EMS together, and they asked this Terry when she met Todd. She said she met Todd through Amy, and they had a fine relationship together, but she didn't really see Todd a lot. He wasn't at many social things. He was sometimes at some of the fire things, or when she went to Amy's farm to pick up eggs, she would see him. Todd worked on the farm, and he was passionate about farming, is what Terry said. Amy told her during a golf outing that she had an affair with someone that came to the hospital often, and it came out, and then this Terry spoke to Amy and Todd about what to do. She told them about a counselor. They did go to counseling in Cedar Rapids, and
Adobe Gen Studio for Performance Marketing connects AI-powered content
Don't worry,
creation
Bink,
and
it's just
insights
me.
to help.
It's not you, Bink. It's
Todd would reach out to her, Amy, and she would text as well. They thought they could work this out. Todd never trusted Amy again. Amy was frustrated and confided in Terry and asked her, how long do I have to pay for this? Okay. Terry says she was timed, like when she went out to Walmart to when she came back, when she went out to do something, when she came back. He was very concerned about the sexual aspects of the affair. Was it better or worse? You know, focused on this guy and his family.
And you know
Todd
what?
Felt that this man was
yeah, we had the stands of Todd in the chat today and the trial, okay? Well, to see if he's getting into trial, that were saying, oh, Todd was not at all affected by the affair. It's like they don't even know this case. It's so crazy.
Not punished enough, so he called his wife, who was a nurse, and he told her. She can't remember whether it was a text or the phone, but sometime during the summer of 2018, Todd contacted Terry to say that Amy was acting strangely after the phone bill, and he saw all these text messages, about 120 text messages to the same number. And, well, Terry said, yeah, that sounds strange. So she was not aware at the time, but he had a conversation with Amy, and she was not aware at the time what was going on, you know, what he was contacting, but then there was a conversation with Amy. It was a text that said, I'm in trouble, I need to talk. So she came over to see Terry. She went over to see Terry.
Oh my gosh, really? Are you kidding me? They're the ones that don't allow a different opinion. I wasn't bullying anybody. I don't care what they think. I don't care what anybody thinks.
And that Todd had suspected it and even called Jerry's wife. Todd suspected it due to the large volume of text messages. Amy indicated she did not know what would happen. You know, but she did admit that their relationship was just flirting, and then it evolved and it was a sexual relationship now. Did you have additional conversations about this? And Terry says yes. Amy was not sure what to do, maybe just stick it out. Jerry's in the same boat, doesn't have it figured out. The very first day that Amy told Terry this, Terry said, I was so angry, and I said, Amy, you're in danger, he's going to kill you. Todd's, and they said, why would you say that? Terry said, Todd's a person you don't mess with. And at this time, when you look at Todd in the courtroom, he's smirking and smiling like he's almost happy that he's got that reputation.
You don't mess around with Todd.
Todd said that Amy was moody and crying. The friend said she didn't see it, and she felt that it was more about Amy being scared to lose Tristan because Tristan and Todd had become very close. Prior to that, Tristan was really close with Amy. In fact, Amy was taking him on golfing outings, and he's a very soft-hearted, kind child. So, you know, it was bothering her. And Todd started acting like a super dad. He spent a lot of time with the kids where he hadn't before. They were going on picnics, they were going fishing, and he wanted Tristan to miss school so he could work on the farm more. And she said, wanted him to stop band because it's for pussies, which he did stop band. And he didn't want to wear underwear because Todd didn't wear underwear. Like
Todd doesn't wear underwear.
I can't imagine the chafing with those like farm jeans. That's
chafing.
And he ended up, he wanted to talk like Todd and walk like Todd, but I think he walked like Todd because they were both not wearing underwear, and they were probably chafed.
Chafed heavily.
Todd,
oh my gosh.
Did Todd ask her again if she knew, you know, about things that were going on? And she said that she would sidestep it because she didn't want to lie to Todd. And she also did not want to cover for Amy. She didn't want to be put in that position. So Todd looked at her with a really strange face at this time in the courtroom. And she would say, Todd, you need to talk to Amy. She wants to go out. She wants to look pretty. She wants to go on vacation. Why don't you spend time with her and the family? And then when this Terry was at a conference for work, she heard some rumors there. She says that somebody was talking and said that Amy was being naughty again, which meant that Amy was having another affair.
Amy was being
She
naughty
told
again.
Amy about this when she got back, and she had dinner with Amy. The person said that was spreading this said they heard it from her brother-in-law, who was good friends with Amy, and Terry's husband told her to tell Amy to tell Todd with her stepfather Randy and come clean about this before things got really bad. So when Amy was bringing eggs to Terry, she told Amy, look, someone let this cat out of the bag, you better take care of
Cat's
this.
out
Amy
of the bag.
was really upset, but Amy was more focused on who said it. Terry said that's not important, but told her, and she said, I'm going to tell Todd that there are rumors going around, the rumor mill. So Terry said, look, you better take Randy and you just better come clean with this whole thing. And she said no, she was fearful of Todd. She did not want to say that. So then she was asked if is that because Amy was fearful of Todd. She did not say, but she was more fearful of Todd and Tristan's relationship. Terry got a text and it was going to be that Amy was going to the state fair and that she was going to meet Jerry over there, and Terry encouraged Todd to go. And there was a conversation with Amy and Terry where Amy said, if I ever go up missing, look in our new timber. Okay, and that's this new land that they had bought
The new
a couple of
timber,
years
yeah.
ago.
So there's
Did you
stuff.
tell Todd to get a divorce? She said, yes, I did, to prepare him. He said he had worked for this since he was 11 years old on the farm. He is not going to give it up now. And then she explains the procedure that Amy had was an ablation to help heavy bleeding. She had the same procedure 5 years prior and she had no issues recovering. She even went right back to work. So that Amy had asked Terry to take her to surgery, but she couldn't because she was working, and it ended up that Todd took her. Okay, Terry asked her how her ablation went. She said it went really well, so much better, just a little bit of bleeding now. So then Terry explains a little bit about this procedure. Usually people are anemic, so what it does, it burns the lining of the uterus and people don't get periods anymore, and it helps the situation there. Did you delete some of your text messages? They asked Terry. She said yes, because like when she gets a new phone, she could accidentally delete things, or if she gets irritated with something, she will delete it. But she made the police aware of that, and she said they can try to, get them back through, she gave it the name of something they could look in, I don't know. Amy texted Terry and said she had a crappy week, which Terry said was probably about her grandmother, but they did go on to talk about what Amy was going to do. And Terry said, are you 100% sure that this Jerry is going to make changes for you? And she said, well, I'm 99% sure, yes, but if the 1% is what happens, then I'm strong enough to make this work on my own. So she wasn't worried about it. And she was very concerned, Amy, with getting Jerry fired, that if he would get fired because of this, or if Todd would make issues with him or whatever that would cause him to get fired, she did not want that to happen. And then Amy found out that Todd had called Jerry, and Todd felt Terry had said something to someone about things. And then there was searches of a premenopause or perimenopause. Todd was doing research because he said that Amy was not pulling her weight on the farm. Now in the cross-examination, they asked her about the friendship and their employment changes, and Terry and Amy remained good friends, so that was all reiterated. You both did volunteer work for Oakville Fire Department, yes, in the years 2008, 2009. And they talked about Amy working at Manchester Hospital, yes. You met Todd through Amy, is that correct? Yes. Todd is very passionate about his farm, yes. Now, during a 2013 golf outing, isn't that when Amy told you about the affair, the first affair? Yes. And your reaction was counseling to save the marriage? And she said, well, it wasn't exactly that. They told me, and then she kind of advised them a little bit about counselors. They took her advice. Okay? And you commented after this that Todd had a hard time getting over this, and he had more control of her time. But did you know if the counselor was telling them to do this, to be accountable for their time? And she said yes. She believed Amy and Todd said that. And Todd texted you about suspicions about Jerry and that Amy was acting funny? Yes. And Amy told you about Jerry as well, correct?
Jerry.
Yes. Okay, and then they talked about texts that were there. And on July 26th, Amy says, can you talk? I'm in trouble. So that she offered to meet her, and they talked about it and what it meant, and that Amy was having another affair. On July 30th, her grandma passed away, and Amy sent that text about the longest, crappiest week, which she believed was due to her grandmother and the affair. Terry believed that. They asked her if they ever saw any type of inappropriate physical contact between Amy and Todd, and she said, well, no, but she heard about it once, that he pushed her down in the bed and had rough sex with her. Okay. At the conference, she heard rumors about Amy doing bad things. The conference was in Des Moines, and so she texted Amy and said, you need to give me a call. Amy decided to tell Todd about the rumors, thinking that that's all it would be. But Amy did say it was not what she needed. Amy was concerned and upset about the rumors of her having an affair, and now that it was known, Amy called a bunch of employees at Manchester Hospital asking for the rumors to be squelched. Yes, you heard that? Yes. Todd texted you and said, Amy did talk to me. Yes. And he said that she was upset, cried a lot, but most of all, today was good. And we even joked a little. Is that true? Yes. Okay, so then the the reaction to Amy telling him about the rumors is that most of all, today was good, and we even joked a little. Does that sound like, he's a hothead, or, if that's what they're trying to show, if he said that? Once again, they went to counseling. Yes, Todd said that was the only, once again, Terry recommended counseling. Todd said the only way to get her there is to drag her, okay? And that she was saying that he became super dad, and he said she gets mad so fast, she's totally different at home, just ask the kids. Well, Terry hears from Amy next. Amy says she's okay, she's at a water park with the kids, says that Todd and I talked, and we have to see what happens. I don't know, she said. Right? Text about what to do, to stick it out or not, were next, and you were very encouraging to make her own decisions and not depend on Jerry, correct? Yes. Then we have August 21st. There's a text there from Amy to Terry talking about some makeup sex with Jerry and kind of getting Terry in there to cover that she's having lunch to Todd. Terry didn't like this anymore. So if Todd texts, she said, I'd used you as a cover. That was on the 23rd, but I did not answer or enable her. Terry said, Todd texted and thanked Terry for having lunch with Amy and that he appreciated it, which made her feel weird. September and October of 2018, they were not together as much because Terry was resenting being put in that position. She didn't like to, mislead Todd on and be used as the cover. She didn't want to be anymore. Now then, that uncle stuff was going on as well. So she just said, yeah, it was a crazy time. It was also harvest time. Did Amy say anything to you about the harvest? No. Now, did you know anything about a relationship with Jerry? no, she was really concerned about her kids. And I believe there was a message about him being a super dad. You commented that he could continue to be. Yes, meaning that, well, maybe you could stay with him and he would continue this. After the revelation of the first affair, did you say Todd was controlling? Yes. Did that continue? Yes, it continued through 5 years up to the present. And then the defense said, but did you know she had an unlimited credit card with Cabela's? No. And then he asked her something like, did he ever limit what she could spend in Walmart? She said, I don't know. But you know that she went to Goodwill, and how do you know that? Well, I went with her with a couple of times. That's where she got a lot of the kids' clothes. Okay. Did you know how she arranged to have sex with Jerry, according to the discovery, over 100 times, if he was so controlling? And she said it was at another hog facility. At the time, someone even came in and saw them or something, as she was saying. But Jerry said they were meeting in hotels, the defense said. Terry says, I don't know. She was not being scrutinized, he said. And Todd works so hard. She said, I imagine he works hard. She said Jerry denied the relationship when Todd called. Jerry's wife said her marriage was solid. And you did hear, though, that Jerry's wife thought Todd was crazy and she blocked him from Facebook. And she said, I don't know that Todd even has a Facebook. Okay? Todd did not defend the mother with how he treated Amy. She said, I don't know. And then the defense goes through this summarization of this witness saying, you know, would it be fair to say that you recommended counseling to them? And near the end of August, that rumors resurfaced again about another affair, and you talked and she told you about the rumors, correct? And Todd's reaction was that nothing happened, right? That they even joked a little bit about it, right? And she started to say, Terry, that she distanced herself. She didn't want to be put in that place. It's not her place to tell Todd what's happening, but she doesn't want to lie. Did Amy tell you in August and September that Jerry continued to be the farm manager of this pig operation? Yes. And was she concerned that Jerry might be fired? Yes. To Terry's knowledge, did Todd ever call the place of Jerry's employment? And, you know, she said no. There was a redirect about the rumors. Todd said it seemed like a good day, but Todd said the rumors were bad. And either way, it's either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me, is what he texted to Terry. Okay, the next witness is Dr. Kelly Cruz. She's a medical witness. She's a forensic pathologist. She generated the reports and did the autopsies. Okay, she had something in there that was saying that the woman was coming in who was impaled on a corn rake. She also had emergency medical devices that had been put into her. They did a blood toxicology because there was no urine to do that with. There was numbers of, you know, they went into how the autopsy is, what the procedure is, and there's a number of injuries. So you take photos are shown, and they go through the photos talk about the injuries there. So what happened here was they started to talk about the abrasions, again, the contusions of the left side of the jaw. She again says that is blunt force injury, and the right hand had a number of abrasions and scrapes. The left had more bruising and scrapes. Those are defensive type wounds from a struggle. There were also abrasions and wounds on the left and right knees. Blunt force hits the skin, sharp.
Another thing they don't want to talk about in the chat today, and they got angry when I bring up that she had defensive wounds and she had trauma, head trauma and stuff, okay? Yeah. They don't want to talk about that either, the defensive wounds.
Force injuries are longer, they penetrate, and they're injuries that you would receive from a knife or something like that, a sharp object that would divide the skin and cut it. The right side of Amy's back and chest had multiple sharp force wounds, injuries, approximately, they had 6 of them. And one was, they started under the arm on one side, and they even pierced her breast implant. So she went through the different wounds, and would say that there was like, she named them A, B, C, D, and just give you an idea that it was B that entered and hit the right lung in 2 different spots, and then the diaphragm punctured the liver. Like C entered the back into the chest, but not into the chest cavity. Then there was a puncture D. It was the only injury of just the soft tissue, and it was the lowest level puncture wound. And puncture E did enter the left side of the chest cavity. It injured a vertebrae and entered the left side of the chest. Then there was another puncture wound F. It was the left side of the chest, but it did not injure organs, but it did enter the chest there. And like I said, there was a puncture under the arm, so she had to think about what the fatal wounds were. A lot of that she bled out. Of course, removing the corn rake, takes away the pressure, causes bleeding, so that was not a good thing to do. A, B, C, and F were more likely fatal. She said it went in 2 different directions. Okay, so you had A, B, C, D that could have all came from the same strike, but they started underneath the left arm, and they were kind of on top of each other. They went back to front, right to left, and backward. The other 2 punctures went back to front, right to left, but they went upward, which would show that she was impaled with that corn rake at least 2 times, but possibly 3 times. And the reason she says possibly 3 times is that puncture wound D may...
Here's another, just a quick thing. The coroner today on the stand said she made a mistake in the report. It was not caught. And when she said back to front, it was supposed to be the opposite, front to back or vice versa, okay? So that's a little bit important.
May not have been together with A, B, and C. And it may have been its own strike. So definitely 2 times, possibly 3, she said. And the cause of death, she bled to death. Nothing, to relieve the pressure from the wounds and everything. These wounds had entered her chest cavity. She filled up with blood. Her bloody clothing, they showed photos, and then there was a cross-examination. They talked about the bagging of the hands, and she said so that would preserve,
death was ruled a homicide.
evidence. But what happened? Were her fingernails tested? No, they did the clippings, and they put the clippings and the nail clipper in a bag, but they never did anything with it. Okay, and that was the end of her testimony. Now, the cleaner at the hospital, Deborah Schubring, she received a phone call from Amy. And Amy was crying and hysterical. And Deborah didn't even know who it was. She thought it might have been one of her kids. She didn't even know. She asked who it was. Said it was Amy. And many times she couldn't even understand her. But what she was asking if she had heard any rumors at the hospital. This woman said, no, I did not. She said, Todd will kill me if he finds out. And she said, you don't know what it feels like to hear Tristan say, if Dad finds out, he'll kill you, about this affair. And while Amy is speaking, she's hysterical. Did you recognize her voice finally? Yes. Okay, but she hadn't even spoken to this woman like 5 years. Like, why would you call her? The cross went over where she worked. She left about 5 years ago. I don't know, is what this woman said. Do you know why she was concerned about rumors? No. And then there was another friend. Her last name was Burr. She didn't really have much to say, just that Tristan had been very upset on the bus one morning, and she found out from Amy it was because of this, these rumors and stuff about this affair, and that was, about what the crux of it. Did she tell you about this? Did she tell you about Jerry? Oh no, that was about the crux of it. And then Jerry took the stand, okay? So Jerry came on the stand, and he said that they
Jerry,
had
the guy she was
only
having the affair
oral
with.
relations, okay? And they read some emails the day of November 10th.
Yes, Jerry's wife found
And they
out.
were very cold on Jerry, saying he never said I love you or anything in them. She did. And
Jerry
he
was
says
cold
that the
about it.
100 times that they were together was, really overstated. Sounds like his wife left him by the questioning, but I'm not sure. Said Todd was not angry when he called him. And says he thinks Todd believed him. He thinks, okay, so when Jerry took the stand, and then he just said that, he thought that Todd believed him. And did Todd call your wife? Yes, he called my wife. How did you know? He said, well, she told me right away that she did.
Hey, Jerry, you got a
And
call.
that he continued to have this
Gosh.
relationship with Amy right up until the time of her death. And there were 3 emails that they went through, and it sounded like Jerry was sick, but he was going to be staying around in that area. And again, he didn't return any I love yous. And one of the last emails was about 10:40 or so in the morning, and Amy had said, what I'm doing today? I'm cleaning light fixtures out in the hog barn. WTF.
WTF.
Okay, then there was another friend who lived next door to Amy, Amy's mom and stepdad, and they talked about tattoos, and they talked about her marriage and her affair with Jerry, and they talked about the rumors, and she wasn't aware of any of the rumors. And then so they say on the 31st everything's hunky-dory, then the uncle got sick after the grandmother, right? So she got upset about Todd's mother, what she said. But did she tell you that Todd defended her? And she said, no, she didn't know about that. On November 1st, you were sharing medical issues with her. November 6th, she had the procedure. And she said on another note that Amy had texted and said, this is my new Jeep. The defense said, do you know who bought her that Jeep? She said, well, I thought couples would buy them together. I didn't even think about it. And she tell you that Todd gave her $1,500. She said he did, to spend however she pleased. And this woman told Amy to save it for her divorce. Okay? And then we have Carrie Callan, who's the tax and regulatory, who does tax and regulatory analysis, and she's also a graphic designer at the t-shirt shop. These just went on, it really kind of the same thing over and over. But day 3, we had Travis Hemsath. They say his name, one says Hemstat, the other one says Hemsath. Delaware County Sheriff's Office, he's a deputy sheriff. He investigates major crimes, or when he's not doing that, he's on patrol duty. He got this case on 11/10. He began to work in the evening. When he came into work at 5 p.m., he learned about this incident at the Mullis farm by Luke Thompson, who was the deputy that was.
He also walks on the beach and hikes in the mountains. He's currently single, and I don't know. It just sounds like I was giving a lot of information about this guy. Sorry.
First on the scene there. So he was escorted by Luke to the farm. They arrived at about 6 p.m. It was dark. The family was in the house, okay? And he went to the red shed. Luke showed him where Amy was located, and he took over processing the crime scene. He measured the doorway around the walk space. It was 30 inches. He took some pictures. He only saw a couple of drops of blood and thought that it was just when she was exiting that they were there. And let's see here. The rake was in the corner by the dog crate. He was looking for indicators to show a fall happened. He could find nothing. The pet carrier was located in the rear of the shed straight ahead. There was a light dusting of snow, so he ran around the shed, looking for any type of footprints, and he couldn't find them. He looked outside in the gravel for blood. He looked in the hog barn to see if there were cameras, and this is very strange. You should have had a flashlight.
Oh, the cameras,
on
yeah.
the north hog barn, he saw some, but then he said on the south hog barn, he couldn't get a good look. Did you have a flashlight? Come on. the medical examiner's office, the autopsy, he went there for the autopsies, he brought the clothing and the corn rake there, and then the deputy was cross-examined by the defense. You were told where the body was by Tristan? Yes. You took a walk around and you looked for places to see if there was someone else? Yes. You only found 2 drops of blood where Amy was said to be located? Yes. Now the cameras on the south barn, one of those cameras pointed right at the red shed,
Okay,
and
Dina.
the other at the grain bins and the yard and the shop, but the feed was cut, okay? So there's an email, the feed was cut during the trial there. So when we came back, they were talking about the email account associated with the iPad, and they talked about the Cellbrite exam that was done and also the manual exam. And when he had the manual exam, there was a search for, let's see, before that, if all the searches are not on Cellbrite, what would that tell us? And he said, well, we got the searches on Google.
He had
as
some
well.
interesting
Google,
searches. We're going to talk about that
sometimes
next.
when you get Cellbrite, it includes deleted material, correct? Yes. And then this attorney started to ask about, could people sign into the device from different accounts, you know, creating doubt that Todd conducted all the searches that we're to learn about. There were over, 700 pages or something. We'll get to that in a minute. Now, John Torbett was working with this investigator. He's a criminal investigator from the state of Iowa, a Department of Criminal Investigations, and this deputy is working with him. This deputy conducted about 34 interviews of the, witnesses, what have you, and he executed search warrants for these electronics, excuse me, for the residents, and all the devices. The camera system was collected on November 16th, and they go over some overviews of the farm. Todd looks exasperated. They show photos of the house, the grain bins, the red shed. There's what looks like, I said, like doors of the shed look like they could just be kicked out. They're very, very flimsy looking. The search warrants, again, were to search the home, take photos, and Special Agent John Turbett was working that again. Remember that? Okay, so who was in the house with Todd when you went back there? Todd, the attorney, Todd's sister. They got the electronics. There was Kindles, there was smartphones, and then there was Todd's iPad. And Todd had a combine they want to talk about. He had the cameras in the office. So you took note of the camera angles. Then one was pointed right at the red shed, correct? But the iPad, Todd said, was in the tractor. He had his brother Mike bring it to the house, and he handed it to Todd and then to the investigator. Now Todd tells a different story, that it was handed directly to the investigator when he takes the stand. Passcode for the iPad, asked Todd, who was very hesitant, to give it to him until he looked at his attorney, and then he gave it to him. Now there's one DVR system for both sets of cameras there that are on these hog barns. So they found that the cameras were not working. So they don't know if it was not recording or if things were deleted. There was no recording from October 29th through to November 11th, the day after the murders, but they couldn't tell if they were deleted or just not recorded. Now, there was a search warrant sent for Amy's emails. The last one was around 10 or so in the morning, so it put the murders for them at 10:14 a.m. to 12:01 when the 911 call came in. And Todd was arrested 3.5 months after this incident. Were there any other suspects? Well, Jerry Frazier, but he was ruled out.
He was cleared. Jerry
Investigator
Frazier
says, and he was ruled out because his cell phone was pinging on towers in Amorosa, which was 45 minutes from the
Hi, Nora.
Mullis's farm, and the wife was working some charity event, so she was ruled out, not a suspect.
Jerry's wife was
And
ruled out.
Then they have Todd's email They looked at the contents of the iPad with the physical exam, and they could see right away that on November 6th, there was a safe search of organs of the body that they saw. And with the search warrant, they got their information from Google, came with a certificate of authenticity, 700 pages, of which they're looking at 11 right now. And there was things like killing were accepted centuries ago. These are searches. Searched for characteristics of cheating women. Visited sites like Truth About Deception and Stats About Infidelity. Visited Psychology Today, Love and Sex in the Digital Age, Women Who Cheat, 6 traits of almost every cheating woman has. Under Love, Sex, Signs, Cheating, 16 facts about cheating women. These are sites that he visited and articles that he read. Searched on 1/15/2018, what did ancient cultures do to infidelity? Then, did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Went to a site called Adultery. Okay, on 1/8, there were searches of Thrill of the Kill, Thrill of the Hunt, famous quote, no thrill like. There were various searches. It goes on and on. Things like Thrill of the Kill, Thrill of the Hunt, did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Once you hunt man, you will always feel the thirst. If you want to go back and go into the lives and hear everything there, but this is going to be a good synopsis to get you what you really need to hear. January 21st, how to make sure your kids are yours, test to show if you're the biological father. Then there were visits to DNAtesting.com.
He was wondering
Again, in January,
about DNA.
how to test DNA at home, how to do DNA testing without the father knowing, visited DNA test without consent possible, and then A Night of Bows, the Phoenix, about a hunting bow, the longest distance of this hunting bow and arrow, what happens to cheaters in history, the making of a cheater site, once a cheater, always a cheater, which was an article on the Huffington Post site, what happened to cheating spouses in ancient, in historic Aztec tribes. Then there were sites, world history, American Aztec history, aztechistory.com, searching for killing unfaithful women. The New York Times had an article, punishment is 18 months for killing cheating spouse. Baltimore and Sun News was about some PNAG murder trial opener. Let's see, Crimes of Passion site was visited, Human Overpopulation Solutions. It was a search, July of 2018. Are some people less buoyant than others? Other ones about scientific sites that looked at muscles versus fat. Also, odd body swimming, relax and swim, physics and buoyancy, swimteach.com, why does my body sink? Checking content of text messages on the phone, get text messages from iOS. Then there were forums where it was searched, visited, can my husband read my deleted text messages online? Kids' text messages, eager to check those texts. Securetracks.com, searched for Jerry Frazier around Anamosa. Then address searched of Jerry Frazier's. Then Christy Frazier, Jerry's wife, was searched. Her Facebook page, her Twitter account was visited. He found where she worked through Manta, was Rogers Concrete. That was visited. Searched farmland prices in Iowa. Example of elbow carry of a firearm. Degree of zone of fire span out in front of hunters. How long can you survive without water, without food? How many days can you survive without water? How long can you not survive without water? What to do if you're lost in extreme cold and no fire, the best way to survive. Then there was a bunch of heat stroke symptoms searches, proper way to treat heat stroke, heat exhaustion and heat stroke.
Yep, Amy,
the best
you
way
did a
to
lot of
stop
searches.
severe bleeding. There
Lots
were
and
searches
lots.
for correct treatment for 2nd and 3rd degree burns, what to do with large open chest wounds. And then
Large
there was a
open
site
chest
visited
wounds.
with patient care, treating sucking chest wounds, skin cold, clammy, pale with a low pulse, rapid breathing. Then the organs of the body was searched on November 6th. Organ anatomy site visited. Body organs, maps, and diagrams. DNA on the rake. No, we don't think so. It's not, we didn't test it because he used that stuff and it's inconsistent to touch DNA. They went through that. The only suspect is Todd. Why would they test the fingernails? It wasn't like they had some mystery attacker, and it's all being done from Todd, you say. The defense says these searches, then how come there were searches for wedding dresses and wedding rings and things like Pinterest? Why? Explain this. And so they brought that into it, okay? And that, other people were using it, and, why would he do that? Well, I don't know. Maybe he likes to shop. Maybe he was buying that. I can't say. Well, he said, couldn't it be someone else? He said, it's possible, it's not probable. Then John Turbot took the stand. He's a special agent with the Iowa State Division of Criminal Investigations, the DCI. He usually does homicides, child abductions, things of that nature. Became involved because his immediate supervisor briefed him on this, and he responded. He was told that it was reported by the defendant that this was a fall, but the autopsy showed different. And then he was called by Travis Hallstaff that he should interview Jerry, and he did interview Jerry. He's a plainclothes cop. A lot of times it was in an unmarked car. He had Jerry there. He had an interview with Jerry for about 1.5 hours, where he found out that Jerry did admit that they had a romantic and sexual involvement together up until the day of the murder. The Gmail account gave his whereabouts, college-age son and wife. College-age son was excellent recall, and so he had said that he didn't always come home, but he remembers distinctly that weekend he came home to complete a project that his father wanted him to, so he was together with his father. And Jerry's wife was not a suspect because she was working all day on a community charity project. And even at one time she had to call her husband and son, and they came to bring her something she needed. And their cell phones pinged and put them around Anamosa and during the times of the murders. So Christy was never a suspect, and it was just, they were all ruled out. Defendant interviews were conducted on 1/16, and at first the sheriff John LeClaire was there for intros, but then about 2.5 hours, of talking, nothing was happening. It was video and audio, recordings made of this. Now he went over the background, growing up, his parents, his 2 brothers, how he met Amy, his work, etc. They talked in great detail about the marriage. And Todd was saying what a great marriage he had. They had open communication, they had all this great stuff, but he talked about the whole deal, about the puzzle in the morning and out to there and what happened, right? And he kept saying how great the relationship was, but then he said, are there any affairs? And finally, Todd said, well, 5 years earlier, yes, there was an affair, and he had to confront Amy.
There's the hog barns, guys. See how big they are?
Did you ever have to do this again? Todd would not say anything about this, even when this investigator brought Jerry up. So after he went to get him a drink of water and got himself a drink of water, he came back, and Todd said, actually, I did have some concerns about Jerry. And they showed this clip of the interview to the jury, and then they talked about Jerry and Amy. He said, they seemed a bit friendlier than I wanted them to be, but they denied anything was happening. Oh, after he said no and Jerry said nothing was going on, Todd was okay. He just said, don't contact her, keep it within the barns and don't do it so often.
Oh, okay. Keep it within the barn and don't do it too often.
Any further conversations, he let it go, is what he told the investigator.
Hi, snow remover.
So he tells him, look, the evidence is clear that you killed Amy, okay? Would you just stop? So he goes on and on trying to get Todd to admit this, but Todd just will not. It's not that he denies it. He just says things like, what kind of evidence? And, so was what this investigator found was weird. And they had a break for lunch, came back, and again, the agent said, yes, we indicated to Todd that this was a homicide. Again, they published another clip of that interview. You completed we completed our investigations, you were responsible for Amy's death. And Todd would say, how am I responsible? He goes on about how the autopsy shows that Todd did this, but they go round and round and round, Todd never admitting that he did this. And he tells about Amy's affair and how they would split the farm, and no way, man, are you gonna let that happen?
No way.
I know you loved Amy, I know you loved her with all your heart, but that's why these things happen. You hurt the ones you love. I know you're sorry. Now, Todd is smirking at the video as we see him in the courtroom, but you told me you're a good dad, right? But the defendant indicates he will not indicate anyone else or any other explanation, but he just will not say what he did. If he did, he will not confess to this. On February 28th,
really?
2019, he was arrested.
How comes no?
And again, this
prayers that he's
John
okay. What
is there,
happened?
and he says, look, this is your more opportunity to tell the truth after the initial arrest. Evidence shows that this is why we are here. Todd said nothing. He said, are you aware of the then this is now the cross. Are you aware of the fingernail? No, excuse me, I'm sorry, it is not. It is still the prosecution. Are you aware of the fingernail clippings? Yes, that's standard protocol. Did you have them analyzed? No, why not? Because we do that in whodunit cases. There was no whodunit here. It's clear who did this. There's no mystery attacker. Did you view the medical examiner's report? Yes. And did she say anything about the nails? No, they were short and intact. Nothing of real value to test there. Cross-examination asked about the November 16th interview, and they asked him how long he had been doing this, 19 years, and how many interrogations, dozens and dozens. You have training, you use a certain methodology, right? Yes. Did you do the Reed method? No. But he was familiar with it, and you say Mr. Mullis did not deny anything, but when he says, you guys want me to confess to something I didn't do, isn't that a denial? He says, no, I would not call that a denial. You don't give him a chance to answer anything? He said, no, we gave him a chance. So you told him this phony thing that you have information from cloud conversations that what happened in the Mullis home, right? So he's like trying to say you were deceptive, and this detective is saying, no, it wasn't deceptive. Amy could have done that. We can do that. Todd never admitted he was aware of any ongoing relationship with Jerry and Amy, correct? Jerry told you that Todd called him and his wife, and they denied it and said that it satisfied Todd, right? He even called them up to apologize. Yes. Todd said on that was all that Todd admits to is an affair from 5 years ago. And then they talk about the fingernail clippings. How can you say there's only one suspect? I don't understand. Shouldn't you at least do that? Well, we would have evidence, to do that. We would analyze only when we had evidence that there's someone else. We know Tristan said Todd was in the barn the whole time, and he said, I am aware. Wouldn't that mean there could be someone else? And he said, if Tristan is telling the truth. So then the defense said, so you only investigate when people are telling the truth? And didn't she have defensive wounds? Didn't she have a horrible beating? Couldn't the fingernails have led you to more investigation, to something else? And he said, you told Todd you took photos and of his whole body. Was there any indication of injuries? He said, I did not see any. And the redirect talked about the weather that day, but he didn't recall. And that's just to show Todd had so many layers on. Any injuries at Amy's fingernails? No, there were not. Do you know the Reed method? Yes, he does. Did you go through Reed training? Yes. Okay. Did you used other methods of, he said he used other methods of interrogating that evolved out of more research. And then there was a redirect from the defense, and you said there was no injury to the hands, but he said I was talking about the fingernail area. Okay, and then we went, there was a motion made, okay, outside of the presence of the jury for judgment of for the acquittal of and the dismissal of charges, because they said the prosecution did not prove their murder in first degree, that Todd committed an action on Amy, and that Amy died from such action, and that he committed it with malice and intent. The state has not shown that. There's no evidence Todd did this. Okay, he never attacked her. Their witness Tristan showed that he was with Todd the entire time except for 2 drinks of water. Goes on and on, but that's it. It's just a motion. It's kind of like just nothing to do with nothing, because it's denied. The acquittal is denied. And then we have Mike Mullis, the brother of Todd. He looks sick to his stomach. He's 54 years old. He's self-employed as a farmer. And so you guys, you connect with each other, you share your machinery, you work together, you work on one another's land. Yes. Were you aware that Todd had an iPad? Yes, we use it. We use it as a field monitor. We use it for GPS. We use it for searches. You use it, you searched excavator tracks. You know the password? Yes. And so did you know there were security cams? You had the same ones. And he says, well, they weren't working. They don't always work because the cats get in the window. They throw the antennas down. That's what happens. Cats knock the antennas down. So it never, was recording. And that happens. Cats like to get in the window. Cross-examination says you remembered using the iPad in the spring of 2018. Cameras, you can turn them off if you choose to, or if you unplug them. So did you go every day in October or November to see if those cameras were on or off? And they didn't, so there was nothing further. Then we have Michael James Krogman. They never asked him his age. Were you in Earlsville area? Were you aware of a situation regarding Amy Mullis? Yes, they came upon the patrol car. They went to see what was going on. And he stopped, he hugged Tristan, he turned him around because he didn't think Tristan should be staring at his mother while they were working on her. And Tristan seemed to be in shock. So he took Tristan back to the house. And again, Todd went with this guy's dad who was in his car. This guy took the truck, took Tristan back to the house. And he saw that the deputies came behind them. And he told Tristan, just tell the truth. Tristan took them over to where Amy was. Any discussion was very little that he had with any of these deputies. He told them just tell the truth. He said that Tristan was crying a little, maybe, but not sobbing. And then this gentleman went into the house. Tristan came in soon after. He went out again, this gentleman, and he came in when they came in to question Tristan a little bit. There was no cross-examination. Then we have Todd Mullis take the stand, okay? So they go on to where he lives and his age 43, his family, his father Leroy, his mother Elaine, they're both alive, 2 brothers, Mike and Pat, 2 sisters, Lori and Lynn, 3 children he has. Occupation is farming. He farms crops. He has a hog farm. He has custom feeding operation, and he sold farm chemicals as well to earn more money. Always help each other on the farm. His dad, his brother Pat, and his dad. He met Amy. He met her at the Delaware County Fair in Manchester. He met her in a beer tent or something like that. And they dated for 16 months before they got married. She lived close by, and she was working as a bookkeeper in St. Luke's. They got married. She moved into the family farm. He said she grew up on a farm, but she did not spend a lot of time talking so much about when she grew up. They married in 2004. Did you have the hog buildings then? No, we had dairy cattle at Mike's farm. The hogs on other farms they had, and Amy loved this farming. She had a lot of interest, same as him, sports, hunting, fishing, tubing in the creek. He said canoeing, 4-wheeling. She loved the same things. that he did. They went deer, squirrel, turkey, coyote, bow and shotgun hunting. And Amy was in St. Luke's. She was like a lower level nurse, he said, and then she became an LPN and then an RN. And she was training when he met her, and then 4 to 5 years ago there was that affair. She was working at the Manchester Hospital, yes. And Terry Stainer was good friends, right? Yes. And after you learned about it, he said that we decided to quit the affair. Amy decided to quit the affair, go to counseling, and wholeheartedly work it out. They decided that together, that they will work this out. Terry wanted Amy to go to counseling for depression, and then she encouraged them to do that. Okay, so then you guys had meals every night? Yes, just about every night. Amy wanted to quit her job, he said 5 years ago, to be a stay-at-home mom. It's what she wanted. She liked it. She liked it a lot, okay? They built the first hog barn to make more income since Amy was leaving her, job as a nurse. And then he sold chemicals to make even more money. He built a system for that. Amy built a system for that. She helped out on the farm. And in 2016, they bought a farm with their dad and brother, which had a nice timber part in it.
Here's for your husband, Snow. We'll be praying for your husband.
And so there was recreation ground and work ground, but the timber side had an old pond that they redid together. And they planted trees, and their dream was to build a log cabin there one time. So they had partial ownership of another site as well. In February of 2018, they also got a transfer of ownership where he lives that was in his parents' name, and they transferred that over to the name of Amy and Todd. In the spring of 2013, they were gutting and redoing a house. Things were going well. Then they had this affair. They had counseling.
Hello, Sassy Darcy.
Then, she was so happy to be a stay-at-home wife. She loved it. The summer of 2018, did you have any concerns about your marriage? He says no. They said Amy was getting out. He said, oh yeah, she had lots of outside interests. She had pork producers, volunteer EMS, golf. She went on a houseboat trip. Yes, she went on a trip to Alaska with her parents, her stepdad and her mom, and Tristan in Florida. She went down with Taylor because Taylor had nationals. You didn't go with her on any of this? No. Amy's mom, she would go to regular visits. He said she often went alone once the kids got older, and then, or she would be with Taylor when she could coordinate it with tumbling trips. Okay, so you were comfortable with her going on these trips? And he said, yes, I encouraged it. He said in 2018, you contacted Jerry, right? So you made the call, correct? What prompted that? He said he saw Amy acting differently, and there were a large number of texts on his phone bill. Amy and Jerry did have a legitimate reason to communicate with one another. Yes, okay. You contacted Jerry, and he said really it was just about showing pigs, kids, gymnastics, his daughter, nothing with anything. He assured you, he guaranteed you nothing was happening. Yes, okay. And so you're just a tad bit unsure, so you call Eileen, and she says, text Terry. You called Eileen, then you texted Terry. Eileen said she would call the wife, right? And then you called Randy, and he said, I don't know what to tell you, but you did call the wife. And she said it sounded curious and she would look into it. But then you said you were able to put it to rest. And after talking to them, you sounded convinced that there was nothing going on. And so he called to apologize, right? You called to apologize, correct? And that you were sorry that you interfered with their life, correct? You talked to Jerry about other things, yes. And how was your relationship after that? It was fine. So then they asked Todd about, what about these rumors? How did Amy approach you with that? And she said, well, Amy told him, hey, Terry let me know that some rumors are flying around. And I don't know who started them, but I just want you to know. And he said, for crying out loud. And then he thought about it for a couple of days. Amy's grandmother died and fell. She broke her hip. She got sick. She died in Eldora. And then he did attend the wake and the funeral. And that's where he met her friend Patricia. Okay. And he met her there. Amy was gone a lot due to her grandmother, right? And then were the kids with her when she did these visits? No. Was there another health issue? Yes, they were at a football game. They got a call from Amy's mom a call from Randy that the uncle had a brain bleed. Uncle Jerry is his name, and it was quite a lengthy illness. They didn't even think he was going to make it, a long hospitalization and recovery. It was in Des Moines. She was gone close to 30 days and 2 months, and she mostly did not take the kids. Was her absence a concern? He said not at first, but then it was dragging on. You know, he had his kids, he had a huge load, and she didn't have her share of it, and he had a lot going on. He had the harvest, and his kids were in sports that he had to shuffle them around to, and so, you know, things were getting hairy, and so he had to mention things, but he didn't press the issue. And he said, you know, couldn't somebody else help out? This guy's got kids and stuff. They mentioned text between him, Todd, and Terry about this issue, and he said yes, he was swamped, and he wanted to know what they would suggest, what Terry could suggest to him. Okay, are you aware Amy had a run-in with your mother about this? And he said yes, she was picking up Wyatt, and my mother said things. Amy called and said, your mom blew up at me and said I'm a bad mom. So then she said, the prosecutor said, did you ever send a text to Tristan and say Amy is crazy? He said, no. I sent a text to Eileen about the fight with my mom, that she had words with my mom. Did you stick up for her? Yes. He said, he told his mother, there's no reason for what you did. You have to be understanding as to what Amy's going through. And up until that conversation with Jerry, you had no reason to think there was an affair. You thought she was just overwhelmed and concerned with her family. And he said yes. And then when she was bleeding abnormally, you did research about menopause. He said yes, I did bleeding and mood swings. Okay, and the iPad, use it on the farm? Yes. Anyone else use it? Amy, to download chemical bills, research price quotes. Mike and the nephew used it, he thought, and they all know the password. Possible to change Google accounts? You know, could someone sign into their mail? He said yes. Okay, and do you think Amy would look at clothing? They said, do you think you would look at clothing like, oh no, they said, do you think Amy would go in and look at clothing? And he said, I don't know, I guess. You looked at the state's exhibit for the Google printout, right? Yes. Do you have any idea who looked up cheating wives? No. Okay. And topics, he said he and Amy would look up topics that correlated to movies they just saw. They watched a lot of History Channel, so they would follow up with certain searches, some of the ones that were done. Okay, and what about keeping your son from becoming a pussy? He said, no, I did not do that. Do you know who would? I don't know, except that we had an issue with Wyatt. Some kid was taking money from him, so we were talking about that. Amy could have looked that up. Did you tell Tristan to quit band because it was for pussies? He said, no, he quit on his own. Does he do any other activities? Yes, football, he loves that. Okay, then on close examination, there were searches for Pornhub. Are you familiar with that? Todd says yes. What is it? It's an adult video site. Okay, and who used that? Both Amy and I together. Why would you use that? He said, I'm not 25. Okay, and if she wants to make an hour or so of it, I needed some outside help. It's kind of embarrassing. Yes. Then they go for the search on 11.6 of the body organs, maps, and diagrams. What was up with that? He said Taylor had a lot of questions about Amy's surgery, so he was trying to show her different things, and they did that together. Okay, so then what about the searches for swimming, the buoyancy? He said that's because they were in the pond, and so who was a better floater? He said he sinks like a rock, so they were discussing that, and he was going to sites with the kids and showing them that, okay? Then they made him look at certain things in there, all about the heat stroke and the chest wounds and the burns, and what's that? Oh, that's all regarding a hunter education course online that Taylor was taking. I thought, did anybody check this curriculum? Neither side checked the curriculum to see if that's true, or didn't report it. I don't know why, but they didn't. And he said that's what all that was about, and they were helping Taylor with her stuff. And then they said, well, did you look up wedding dresses? Did you ever search for that? No. Did you search for this Ohana tattoo? No. Had you ever heard of an Ohana tattoo? He said, not until the other day when PK, I call her PK, but Patricia and Amy, until they said that. Okay. Pinterest, did you search for that? No. Do you have any idea what Pinterest is? No. What about this DNA testing without consent? Possible DNA tests without father knowing? Did you do those? No. Did you
I don't know, we have a lot of
did
farms
Amy
up here
discuss
too,
any
Philly, but the
concern,
kids do stuff,
you know, about this? No. Okay, are you concerned that your children are not yours? No. Okay, what about Kay's jewelry? No. Zales? No. Okay, hotels in Newton? He said, I never searched for hotels. Okay, so based on Google summary, do you agree that this shows that only your searches? He says, no, I disagree. Okay, so they said, you know, Tristan took the stand, right? And he said that you guys got up. Yeah, we did. We hung out for about 10-15 minutes. We got dressed. We took the truck. We went to the east site, but we stopped to talk to his brother Mike, his nephew. He heard the ground was frozen. They couldn't do what they wanted, so they came back. They had a little breakfast. They talked to Amy. And then what happened? Then we're going to go get the barns ready for the new pigs coming in, right? And then Amy started to talk a little bit about her mother and stepfather having Thanksgiving, and you know, they talked and they discussed the hogs that were coming in and all kinds of things like that, he said. So was there any reaction from Amy? And he said, well, she asked if we needed help. Okay, well, she had a medical procedure on 11/6. He said, yes, that's correct. And you did take her and it was outpatient? Yes, it was. And she was feeling a little cooped up in the house on November 10th because she had been in the house for the last few days. And so she said, if you need help, you know, can I help? And Amy was getting dressed, so they went out first. And then he went out with Tristan first, right? Amy came out later, and he was accurate that Tristan's, what he said there, he said, well, there was a few things different, but yeah, it was mostly accurate. Tristan was doing the heaters, Amy was doing the lights,
Hello,
he was
Scooter.
doing the nipple feeders, and he would notice Amy getting down, bracing herself against the fence. She was a little dizzy, and Tristan asked, are you okay, Mom? She said, I'm dizzy, a little lightheaded, but she was fine. They had further concerns because she was getting dizzy so often. So they kept asking. She said it ain't that bad. She wanted to help, but he didn't want, he said, I guess she didn't want to feel worthless. That was something. At some point she agreed to leave the hog barn, and he said both Tristan and he were concerned that she was going to get hurt. So anyway, they have her go get this pet carrier, and because she didn't want to go at first, so they thought this would be a good way for her to help. And so she went to do that. Then they were changing their boots in the hog barn. They didn't see the carrier, so Tristan said, I'll go check it out. Oh, he said, was Tristan there the whole time with you? Yes. He went out or maybe 2 times to get a drink. Was that long? He said, no, it was a matter of seconds. Did you ever leave? No. How long were you guys working until, you know, you stopped? About an hour and 15 minutes. They said, let's go grab some lunch. We were cleaning up. We were changing our boots. We were standing in the window. We didn't see the pet carrier. Had a conversation with Tris, and he said, want me to go check? And I said, yeah, okay, Todd says. And so he was going to go grab it as well. And Todd was just finishing washing up, changing his boots. And he went outside. He heard Tristan yell. The second time he went running over. He was yelling on the one side of the door and looking at his mom. He was like speechless. He stepped in to look at Tristan, and Amy was hunched over, leaning up against the door. He dove down by her. He put his head near her.
Actually, Scooter, I think this is more like 6 years ago.
No response. He needed to get her help. He needed to get her to the hospital. Something was wrong. He tried to lift her up under her arms, but the handle was hitting the totes. So he grabbed the corn rake and he pulled it out of her, and he threw it off in the corner. And then he Tris took off, got the truck. He had to carry Amy out. She was like a noodle. She was very hard to maneuver. He carried her, he got the door open, he got Tris inside, and he put her on his lap to hold her, and then he got in to drive. They closed the door, took off, and then he started calling 911. Okay, and then the deputies came and they took over. So they described you as excited. He said I was in reaction mode. I had an adrenaline rush. So you took over with, the deputies took over, and then they took Tristan at your request. Michael, that guy Michael, took him back to the farm, yes. So he said that everything was happening at once, and they were trying to turn Tristan away. The EMTs told Todd to go comfort your son, and Todd thought about the kids were home alone, so he called his mom, and then he was told that Amy died. He had to talk to the police. He got he started to get things going as far as looking up songs for Amy's wake, her funeral. He tried to keep the kids back in school, keep them in a routine. Okay, and they say you didn't deny it, when you were being questioned. Did you deny it? Yes. Did this investigator ever give you a chance to say anything? He said, I couldn't even say 2 words. And the deputy said he checked the cameras. Yes. Did you know they were not working? No. Did the cats do that? Did they sit in the window? He said yes. And one camera, was it working from 10:29 to 11? And he said, well, there's no activity, but did you check? No. One camera, nothing at all. And then on 11:11, activity on 1. How did that happen? He said, well, the family members asked, did you get anything on the camera? So he went there and he looked, and he saw that the antennas had been knocked off, so there was no signal, so there was no use looking. I knew that didn't get anything. I thought to myself, how long does he know that it's been off? What if it just came off that morning? At least check, right? That's why I don't believe that. Wouldn't he have checked, what could have happened, find out when it happened or anything? So then he said, you made a comment, let me talk to Tristan, but when a bunch of people came through, before you knew it, he was already talking to Luke Thompson, right? You were not present? No. Todd, did you ambush your wife? Did you brutally beat her and chop her up with a fork? And he said, no, I did not. Cross-examination, they start talking about, they go over his purchase of the farm and the reaction of his brothers and the relation of where his brothers' farms are there. You're all within 3 miles. Okay, you all farm together, yes. Okay, and then you purchased additional land, correct? And did you have the hog barns when you were first married? No. He explains how that happened. Only people worked on the farm were you, Amy, the kids, your brothers, your father, no hired hands, no. Okay, and you love the farm. You want to leave it as a legacy to your children if they want a farm. But you were excited Tristan wants to be a farmer, didn't you? He said yes, if he wants to be. And then when Amy and you married, you were part of some family trust, and he says yes, and then you have a gleaner combine, correct? Tractors, yes, and you guys go hunting and fishing, correct? Okay, but back when this happened, you had only a flip phone, correct? Yes, so you were not able to do internet searches on your phone, correct? Correct. And Amy had a smartphone,
flip
right?
Phone.
Yes. Kids had trap phones and stuff, yes. Okay, the first affair, she was working in the hospital, and you say it was Amy's decision to stop working and be a stay-at-home mom? He said yes, and when Wyatt was 3, she stopped. Then he said, but Amy still went golfing and shopping, etc. And he encouraged her if it made her happy. And then, let's see.
It makes you happy.
You knew she met a person at the hospital? Yes. So it wasn't this picture perfect open relationship you portrayed it as?
Nope.
Yes. Never talked about how did she meet this guy? Did you talk about that through the hospital? Okay. On 11/10, the day of Amy's murder, You did chores off-site, you came back, Amy was doing a puzzle, she had plans to go shopping with Taylor to look for snow boots, correct? Yes. You and Tristan went out first, then Amy came out, Amy got dizzy. You and Tristan were concerned, you didn't want anything to happen to her, right? And then you asked her if she wanted to stay, and you see again that she's getting dizzy, and so you say she could go into the house, but then you ask her to go get a pet carrier, and then she talks about the weight of this pet carrier and how,
Really?
you know, she shouldn't have been carrying weight, and you took her to that, you know, hospital appointment, and you signed her release, and she was not supposed to be carrying anything above, you know, 10 pounds, right? So, you know, she was found on her hands and knees with a corn rake sticking out of her back, right? Okay, and there were other things in the path, like there was an auger there, and exactly, you know, she was talking about where everything is located, the chemical totes. The left, there's junk and jugs, okay?
Junk
After
and
you turn
jugs.
The pet carriers straight ahead on the left, he said. So there's items on both sides, not a huge passageway. And he says, depends where you are, maybe 5 or 6 feet. And she said, in this where the pet carrier is, you see the pet carrier, okay? You know that the weight, again, you signed the discharge papers, nothing over 10 pounds, but you thought, oh, okay, go over there and get it, you know, that'd be good after you're dizzy. And he said, so she was like being sarcastic about that, and then she said, later you and Tristan are in the hog barn, and it's about 1 hour since you've seen Amy, who says the pet carrier's not there. He says, me, I think. You said Tristan said, I will check, and he does not want to go to the house, she said, after 1 hour. You think she would still be in the shed? Why wouldn't he go into the house? But he tries to explain that, okay, well, Tristan would be just going to get the pet carrier, and then he would go into the house. And then you hear the yelling the second time, and you see your wife on the ground when you run over there, and her position, what is it like? He said it's like a hunched fetal position. Her hands are down. He said, I'm not sure if I remember where her hands are, but she had a corn rake in her, right? Yes. And you don't call 911, no.
Nope.
You try to pick her up with the rake sticking out of
Right,
her.
yep.
And he says, yes, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And see those rags on the shed floor she shows him? Where the doors come together, is that where her body was? And Tristan's about to pass out when you were carrying her? Yeah, but that was later, he said. First I pulled her away from the door, and then I had my hand on her face and I pulled her over, and then the handle kept coming into contact with the chemical totes, so I had to manipulate it and take it out of her. And she said, oh, you really had to, no. So we're coming in contact with the chemical totes, and she said you had to manipulate it, right? You had to take it out of her. He said it came right out. It pulled straight out. And then I just threw it and grabbed her under her arms and got her out of there. And then I carried her 30 to 40 feet like this to the truck, okay? And she said, you don't call 911? You don't
Nope.
have Tristan call 911?
Nope.
You tell Tristan to get the truck?
Yep.
And you tell him to get it, and you're getting her out. You lift her right up. You know, she says, don't you know that you shouldn't take something out when it caused bleeding? You're not supposed to do that. Don't you know that? You never heard of such a thing? And he said no, or if he did, he didn't recall it that day, right? So you get in the driver's seat and you start driving after you put your wife in on Tristan, who's in the passenger seat, and it's 15 minutes to the Manchester hospital, and you finally pull out and you call 911, right? And that corn rake, that's yours, isn't it? Okay, and then she goes through, like, it was on the farm, right, when you bought it? And he said, no, I bought it from the farm across the street in 2012. Okay, so you always kept it in the red shed? No, it's been around. It's been in the barn, it's been in the shop. The last time I saw it was on the grass. Okay, so you did not know where it was. He said, I did. I thought it was on the grass. I saw it, I moved it into the red shed. So you set it on the right-hand side, I think, he said. Okay. Any other rakes in the red shed? He said, I don't think so. Okay, and then there's a sweep auger, the wagon. She starts going through thing. The fertilizer tanks on top of that. Okay, and so when you and Tristan were working, you guys didn't have music on, you didn't hear anything, right? No trucks, nothing. He said, maybe I heard some semi-trucks going down the road. She said, so, okay, you can hear some trucks there, but you go to the hospital and your family starts showing up, right? Her parents, step-parents, your sister, your friends, your family. Everyone asks what happens, right? Her dad, he goes, I don't even know. She fell in the corn rake. That's what I thought. I don't know. I sent my son to find her. And then Deputy Thompson, he told you, you talked to him, you told him how Amy was dizzy. Yes. Deputy Thompson, you said you told him you were with Tristan the whole time, and you keep saying, I want to see how this happened, right? You don't say, wait, I have cameras, let's go see if they're working. Why wouldn't you say that? Which is absolutely true. Okay, when talking to Luke Thompson, was on the farm, and it was just you and Tristan the whole time, right? Yes, okay, so then Deputy Thompson and Sheriff LeClaire, you talked to them for a few hours, and you still don't think about the cameras, right? But inside the shed the next day, you thought of it, right? And he said, oh, well, a family friend reminded me, and I thought about it, and that's when I saw that the antennas were on the ground and it didn't record. And she said, really? Okay, so you still thought at this time it was an accident, even though she was on her hands and knees and a corn rake out of her back? And then you spoke to John Turbid on 11/16. You had an interview, and you were saying how you're such a great dad, right? And how you love the house and farming. Initially, you had a great marriage, you said, and you didn't even, eventually you told him about the first affair, but then you were able to work it out, and great things, it's great. Jerry Frazier was brought up, and how your relationship with him was, and you said great. And Amy's relationship with Jerry, you said it was good, it was business mostly. You did not bring up what happened, right? But then, you heard him tell what happened, right? And when you saw the phone bills, you told him just keep it professional, and you put it past you. You weren't concerned about rumors that came out in August. You were consumed with everything. From planning the funeral, you were upset, you were thinking about the accident. Agent Turbid says, this is a homicide, and you respond, and your response, and you're responsible, you killed Amy, and you acted like it was the first time hearing it. But if someone told you the first time, wouldn't you have said something? And he said, I was dumbfounded. Okay, so someone came to the farm and killed her yards away from you, under your nose, right? Yes. And now Amy was stabbed with that corn rake 2 times or 3 times. Yes. Okay, and there were search warrants, and they asked to see it. And Todd, they said, this is a homicide. But you're in shock, right? Yes. And you just want to be there, you just want to do this for Amy, right? But you don't remember to ask about any other suspects. No, okay. Do you remember if they asked about any other suspects? And he said, no, they didn't. They just wanted to blame me. Do you know today who would want to do this? And he said, no. And she said, Amy had a lot of friends. And he said, no, not a lot, but she had friends. Could you think of anyone? No. Terry Stainer, was one of Amy's friends, and you liked her, right? Yes? You told Terry about your suspicions about Jerry, and then she told you about rumors, and then you told her about the rumors that Amy told you about in August, correct? And Todd, you had a flip phone, so you can't search on your own, correct? And Amy had her own email, correct? Yes. Okay, and you had a laptop in your house, 3 Kindles, kids had phones, an iPad? Yes. And, okay, you volunteered to get the iPad, and it was in your mom and dad's at a tractor, so you asked your brother Mike to get it, right? Actually, your sister Lynn called Mike to get the iPad, and then he hands it to a deputy. Is that what happened? He said, yes. They were talking about the Gmail account, and then the wedding dresses and the Pinterest, but there are some that you looked through, right? Some that you did about hunting and combines and stuff like that, yes. And then you looked up Jerry Frazier's address, didn't you? Yes, and things about menopause. And you had a flip phone, so you couldn't search. So you had to use your iPad or your computer. And then whose email is connected to the computer? And he said, I don't know. And then there were searches for killing in ancient times. He said that was from documentaries. You know, you searched boys being raised like pussies. He assumed Amy did that because Wyatt was being bullied. Okay. And then characteristics of cheating women. He said, I have no idea. Ancient cultures and infidelity, no idea who did that. 16 facts about cheating women, no idea, no idea. But you remember Thrill of the Kill, Thrill of the Hunt? He said, yes. He did look that up. It was in a movie, and it was an Ernest Hemingway quote. What about the bio dad? How to make sure your kids are yours. Amy had her children. They came out of her, right? You're saying that you don't remember those? That you didn't do those? And he said, no. And then you suspected an affair, okay, with Jerry in mid-July, and that was from the phone bills. And you heard in this courtroom that started in May, right? And look, you have searches, what happens to cheaters in history, once a cheater, always a cheater, killing, cheating. So you thought that she was having an affair, right? And then you confronted Jerry and you asked him because of the phone bills, right? Yes. And then when Jerry and Amy told you no, nothing was going on, but you were still a bit unsure, so you spoke to his wife, correct? And about a month later, Amy told you about rumors, right? And asked you where that would have started, right? But you were okay with that, you were good. And then there were searches for how long to survive without food and water and extreme cold and fire. And we were all helping Taylor, he said, and heat stroke and burns and chest wounds and skin cold clammy. It was a hunter safety course. And there were questions on a test. And when he said questions on a test, it would be so easy to pull up the test for whatever course that is, but it's never mentioned. And she said, is that an online, where is that course? He said, it's an online course, but never about checking the curriculum, right? On 11/6, she went for a simple procedure, right? And what happened then? He said, we voted and we went to the hospital, but Taylor was asking a lot of questions about the surgery. And so that's why they were looking up those organs and stuff. That's why that search was done. Okay, she was answering Taylor's questions. So then she says, okay, let's go back to the 911. You performing CPR on Amy as she was seated in the passenger seat with the seat down, is that correct? Yes. And you were using your mouth or just compressions? He said just compressions. And where was Tristan at this time? He said he was standing by the road. And so you were doing this alone. You were holding your phone and doing chest compressions? He said no, he's holding his phone with his elbow. Okay, at this point, you don't think Amy's cheating, right? Even in the months that you said she was moody? He said no. And you had a lot going on, right? She had a lot going on. That's what you said, right? Her grandma, her uncle, you said she was gone for 30 days and 2 months. And things were a little tense at home? And he said no. And she said, well, he said, I thought she was just, upset and needed help. So I guess there was some tension. And then you were calling Eileen, right? And you were telling her that this is hard and you need help. And your family, because they're helping, right? But you're not thinking about her cheating, right? You forgot about that, right? You forgot about Jerry, right? That wasn't a worry of yours. Not one worry about her cheating, right? Correct. No worries about it. You were thinking only about getting and helping your wife, right? Yes, you would do anything for her. Yes, right? Okay. You were thinking and you were trying to get her to come back. Yes. How long were you doing chest compressions before Deputy Thompson comes and takes over? And he says, not long, about 1 or 2 minutes. And then she plays a clip of this. And she says, what did you whisper? And he said, I couldn't hear. And she said, cheating whore? And he said, no. And she plays another clip. And she said, what did you say there? And he says, I didn't hear anything. And she said, did you say go to hell, cheating whore? And she gives him the times of this. And she said, it sounds like you said cheating whore, go to hell, cheating whore, correct? And then she says nothing further. Then the redirect comes and they said, Todd, the state asked you if you and Amy, if you asked Amy to quit the hospital after the first affair. Is that true? How did she do that? What'd she do? And he said she did it through a Facebook announcement and she had a party at a barn. Okay, and when you and Tristan did not see the pet carrier, what were you thinking? And he said, well, maybe she didn't even attempt to get it. And so there was a series of questions. Where was Amy located in the shed? And the advisement of not removing something, right? He said, yeah, but did you feel you had no choice? He said, yes. And when you last saw that, okay, so he starts to ask him just about like the corn rake and why would it be in the shed, and there's other things in the shed that you don't know about, and some things get moved there, right? So he goes over that a little bit. And then he says, Todd, why did you search for Jerry Frazier and his wife? And he said, I was trying to find contact information for Jerry's wife. And what about Thrill of the Kill? What was that about? He said, well, he was looking at that because he recognized that quote. It was in a movie. It's an Ernest Hemingway quote, and he thinks the movie was Predators. Okay. And so did you have any doubt about that being the bio father of your children? No. Did you search for anything about that? No. Okay. And were you convinced when you called that there was no affair? And he said, well, no, he was very convinced that there was no affair, but there was a little something, and that's why he called the wife, and then he was very convinced that there was no affair. Okay, and you knew when you were calling 911, you were on a recorded line, correct? Yes. Did you whisper anything then like that? No. But you were frantic, yes? You were doing everything you could to keep her alive? Yes. The prosecution comes back and says, what about this search, how to tell a child is yours? Amy gave birth. Those children came out of her body, correct? Okay? You said you did not think that they were having an affair, but when you texted Terry, you said, is she acting like before? Like when she was having an affair is what you meant, right? Yes. Okay. And you called his wife to see if she suspected anything, correct? Yes. All right, so then the prosecution says, you're doing everything to keep her alive. Then the prosecution came back and said, Amy gave birth to those children, right? But there's a search for how to tell a child is yours. Why would Amy do a search like that? These children came out of her body. You said you did not think they were having an affair, Jerry and Amy, but when you texted Terry, you asked if Amy was acting like before.
I don't know why that
Did you
just
mean
repeated.
before
I
when
have
she
no
was having
idea.
an affair? Yes.
Maybe
And
you're
you
not paying
called Jerry's
attention.
wife to see if she suspected anything, correct? Yes. I think that was the end of her questions. Okay, and then the defense rested and they gave some jury instructions, and then there was closing
coming towards the
arguments,
end, people.
okay? And
We're
so
coming towards the end, but
here's
this
the
was very
closing.
important to go
First,
through.
she opens up with
There
the
were some things
prosecution
that were not
Amy
in
will not get to
my
see her
material for
kids
tonight.
have another birthday, graduate from high school, get married, have grandchildren, all of that. And it's all because she was brutally murdered, okay, by the defendant. And the defendant is the only one with a motive to kill Amy. And she says, he didn't think all was hunky-dory. She told everyone she was afraid. Even the defendant said there was no one else that he could think of that would do this. Okay? He can't let her have half the farm. He can't let her take the kids. Has Carrie Kalin that text. So she waits until she has the procedure. And then, as you know, Carrie Kalin told you that there was a text from Amy saying, asking how she was, replying to how she was feeling after her procedure. She says, okay, things are tense. I don't know what will happen. Okay? And then we have emails from Jerry that she's going out to do chores on the farm. The defendant isolates Amy, sends her to the shed. Mystery attacker who knows she's in the shed, knows there is a corn rake in there. He knew it was in there. We know no one else on the farm was there. Also, the defendant doesn't hear anything. We're to believe someone did this. You would not hear Amy screaming, who got struck with this corn rake 2-3 times. he doesn't call 911 right away.
Your phone?
He's a doer, remember? So he pulls it out.
Your drone.
Okay? And he thought it was an accident for 6 days.
Watching you, Al. You're on their radar.
An accident? Okay, maybe for 1 day, but 6 days? And the police and the medical examiner knew it was not an accident and they knew it was a homicide? Right? And then, oh, I sent my son to find my wife? He's already telling his story then. Don't take my word for it. Listen to the 911 call and make the decision for yourself. Look at his actions, okay? After the cameras, there's nothing there. You know, she goes on about, you know, make your own, draw it from it, listen to those 911 calls. She gives them the times of them. She goes over that, you know, everything that happened and how that Amy needs her voice to be heard. And Amy's voice was heard in this courtroom, and it was heard through the witnesses that came here and told the story. And Amy needs her voice to be heard. And the truth needs to come out, and, you know, it's up to the jury to make sure that Amy's voice is heard. And so it was a pretty strong closing. I think the 911 call and what was on there was very strong and kind of, you know, came out of left field, right? But maybe if they had honed like in on it, kept making someone make it clearer and clearer and then play it again, I think it might have been more effective. Now the defense comes and they're closing, like their defense closed was, he says, we don't try to deliberately mislead you. I just think that, you know, we're trying to mislead you, but we don't try it deliberately. We're probably misleading you, but just rest assured, we're not doing it deliberately. I just think that that whole statement just sounds bad, okay? We don't try to deliberately mislead you, but, and then he goes to this, I believe these are the notes. Okay, so he took notes during the state's opening statement, and he said that they said Amy's not happy, and that was prior to the affair with Jerry. Oh no, excuse me. Amy wasn't happy. She had a prior affair. Then Jerry and his wife were confronted in July, but that was not enough for Todd. So after he contacted them and after statements from her friends, he devised a calculated plan and he goes over what happened. Then he says the doctor's lawyers don't buy it. So Amy told friends, they said the evidence is overwhelming. And Todd told you on the stand yesterday, he consistently told you what happened up to where we are. Up to now. Tristan, okay, he said then only took 2 times to go out of their sight for water, and the state wants you to believe that during this time, Todd ran all the way over there to the red shed. Then he murdered her, came all the way back, and got back to working, all in the time that Tristan got a drink of water, okay? So then he says that's what the state wants, okay? But he said he believes, the attorney, she was murdered, okay? It's not an accident. Nobody's saying she wasn't murdered. That they're all in agreement on that.
It's important to remember.
It's
defense and prosecution. It's not a
evident
it's
when
not
you
an
see
accident.
the extent of her injuries. The state said Amy was scared of Todd. He said, well, it doesn't sound like that because she fessed up to her affair that she had 5 years ago. And when she left work, they want you to think she was forced to leave work. But when she left work, she had a party. She posted it on Facebook. And, you know, for the next 4.5 years, if you listen to Todd, they were living the dream. Okay? And Todd had no warnings, okay? And Amy wondered, what was Amy going to say, he said. She was saying this stuff to friends to justify her behavior, okay? He said, what do we hear from others about Todd and from Amy herself? That he's a good dad, he's a good worker, and she's lunching, she's going on trips, she's going on tumbling vacations, she goes on a houseboat. You call her a prisoner, you call her scared, you call her controlled. That does not sound like it. Not to him. And then he says, and then Carrie Kalin, right? She says to Carrie Kalin, things are pretty tense around here. Okay, but things were tense. Todd had 3 kids at home. It was bad weather. His wife had surgery. And when I heard this, he's got crops in the field. I thought of Kenny Rogers' Lucille. You picked to find time to leave me, Lucille, right? 3 hungry children and the crops in the field. Okay. And then he said, Todd's mom snapped at Amy, and Amy told Todd, and then Todd defended her.
What in the
Okay,
hell?
Todd defended her.
What in the hell is going on with my hair here? I don't know.
And the defense is not here to determine who murdered Amy. They're not here, okay? Not here for that at all. Nope. But look at the aerial photos. You know, and this is the second attorney. I don't know. Okay, this guy is not even that old. This guy has to be in his 50s, right? Okay, that's the new 30. But he says he doesn't know how to make a PowerPoint. He doesn't know how to use technology. Daddy Defense said he couldn't use technology either, right? What is wrong with these people? They should really go to I'm sure somebody on YouTube could help them. He defended Amy. He called the mom and he defended Amy. He said, you can't speak like that to her. That's not helpful, and you can't do that. Okay. I think they all know too. I think they just, but also, I don't know if this is a public defender. You think he's used earlier? I don't know. Anyway, thanks, Alma. But this guy, if I was paying him to defend me and he got up there and said he didn't know how to use a PowerPoint, so he's not going to use the PowerPoint like the prosecution did. So I would be like, oh my gosh, really? What? Right? That sounds pretty bad. Okay, well, we lost because we didn't have the PowerPoint. Yeah, yeah. But I think what he does, he's smart and sneaky. He knows the jury is overwhelmed with all of these instructions, right? He knows now they're thinking like, oh my gosh, now we went through that it's got to be this one, and if it doesn't fit, that's got to hit that one, and then I've got to ask myself this question.
You hear heavy breathing?
This one.
Who's breathing heavy?
He goes on to say, just hang on.
Where's the heavy breathing?
I'll tell you where that comes in. So he says, look at the aerial photos.
Who's breathing heavy?
Look at how the weather changed. How could this be calculated when Todd wasn't going to know the weather changed? His nephew was working
your
the same
iPad,
field
okay.
that night. Todd didn't know it was going to be too cold to do that. Todd didn't know he was going to have to come back and do the pig barns
Probably
instead.
watching Monica.
Okay? So that he's saying this is ridiculous. And here's another thing about this attorney. Anytime he starts to talk about stuff like this, did anybody notice this? His arms get crossed so tight and he rocks back and forth. And that's a liar. That's the body language of a liar. That, you think he would have learned that? Like he would have had a coach there? Or like somebody at the table, like he'd say, okay, every time I cross my arms, just give me a sign. and then just, right? Because she'd be like, oh my gosh, he's crossing his arms again. Yeah, but Sharon, you've got to be aware. I do it too, but you've got to be aware, like when you're there, because it is body language that's, somebody at that table should have just, okay, we'll give you the sign again if we see you crossing your arms. Okay. So then, and you can see, like when he has his arms uncrossed, but then when he's trying to explain something that's just crazy, like why, say, Todd would pull the corn rake out of her back and not just call 911, right? It goes to that. And why wouldn't he pull that corn rake out of her? He's a doer. Okay, it's crazy. So it is his first trial? I don't think so. If you think he's a late bloomer, then what, did he just graduate from? Okay, so he says she's trying to explain how Todd couldn't have calculated this. And then he said, you know what? Those shed doors were frozen open, right? You think someone could have hid in that shed and Amy just surprised them? And then, hey, a murder mystery is, but it's possible. It's possible to murder mystery. Possible. Then he says, and then they say he pulled the fork out, but he couldn't get her out of the shed. And then I was writing here, call 911 with all these exclamation points, right?
Right.
Call 911.
Call 911.
Horrible situation, he says. It's horrible, okay? But you saw what he wanted to do. He wanted to even get her closer to that hospital. He was telling the 911 operator, I can get her closer, okay? But they said, no, pull over, let the ambulance come to you, okay? And he says, regarding those 911 whispers, and listen, I listened to them, and I have it in my new video, but I listened to the one at the trial, and I can hear it.
Yeah, I knew I could hear it. I told that lady today.
911 whispers, he said he's out of breath. And he tells the deputy, she's cold. He goes, who would say that other stuff on a 911 call that he knows is recorded? Okay? And let's see. He said, this is just a Hail Mary pass by the state. Okay? He's not saying that. And then he was criticized for saying it was an accident? He didn't know. And the Google searches, 2,945 of them. Some are what the state says. Cheating people, Aztecs, he went on. But who is engaged in action? Naturally thinking what is on the internet. Oh, this didn't make a lot of sense at all. He said, who would be engaged in actually thinking about what is on the internet about this type of stuff except the person who is cheating? What? That doesn't make any sense, Mr. Defense there. He thinks Amy would be the one that made these searches, okay? He said the state discounts what Tristan said, but Tristan is a solid kid. He says the same thing from the get-go. He talks about how he was in the courtroom, but went to the pop machine. The attorney says. He says, I guess the woman at his table, I don't know what her name was, she the one that should have told him to uncross his arms, but she didn't. So let's just call her Lori, okay?
Oh, no, I'm not. This is a long time ago.
If Lori
I'm still home.
She was in the courtroom with me all day, but then I went to the soda machine. He calls it a pop machine.
5 years ago, sweets.
To the pop machine for a minute. She might not say that. She might consider that she was with me all day because I was only gone for a minute to the pop machine. And then let's see here. He says the doctors then come back and Thompson and Cruz.
But I'm still in the same place, Lori.
No,
I'm in the exact same place.
Okay. And they did a good job. He said they did
So
their
my hair
job.
doesn't look whack.
There was nothing wrong with that.
Anymore.
It was
What the hell
murder
is
and
wrong
not
with
an
that?
accident. That was
Crazy.
correct. And he said he's too old. He can't do the PowerPoint. Okay? And he said this is where I think he used that. He wanted to hope that the jury is lazy. And he says, you don't even have to bother analyzing those points that the state went over and the judge, all that stuff. You don't even have to do that if you think Todd didn't do it. You're all, it's it, done.
Done deal, guys.
Don't have to worry about it at all. And somebody might be thinking like, yeah, wow, we don't have to even bother with any of that if Todd's not guilty.
Get the freak out of
So
here.
yeah, I think he definitely did that, right? To say,
Okay.
all right, do you really want to go through all those points? Well, if Todd's not guilty, we don't have to do any of that. Okay. All right, and we can get out of here. That's exactly what it seemed like he was doing to me, okay? So he said, if you don't think Todd did it, you don't go through any of that. There's nothing to analyze. And he said that, listen, Todd couldn't get a word in edgewise with that investigator. Did you hear how he was talking over him? And Todd kept saying, you're asking me to admit something I didn't do, and that investigator doesn't consider that a denial, okay? He said the agent even lied about having a recording of a fight in the kitchen that morning between Amy and Todd. And the agent just would not stop talking. He would not stop going to Todd and telling him that he did this. And he said, Todd got criticized for being a super dad? What was he going to do? She was gone for 30 days out of 2 months. This is just grasping by the state. And so he said on November 10th, Amy was viciously and deliberately murdered. Your job is to listen to the facts, look at the exhibits. You only need to decide if Todd did it. It's obvious she was murdered. So he goes over the events of the day again, and he talks about the hog barns. Amy wants to do something. She follows them out there, okay? They all have their own tasks. He shows the barn. He describes where they were. He takes a lot of time doing this. Okay, he shows the different views. He shows where the water hose was. He shows the office. He shows the garage. He shows where the pet carrier is supposed to be. And he says the door was wide open on the red shed. Okay, Tristan and Todd knew she had a medical procedure. They noticed her weakness, her unsteadiness. Terry Stainer told you, but remember Terry went back to work that very day? Amy took it easy for several days after that procedure. Todd told her to go back in the house, but he said if you want to help, you could get the pet carrier.
Go get the pet carrier. You're not supposed to carry 10 pounds, but
They
go on
worked
and get it
1
now.
hour,
Go on,
maybe
get
a little longer. There was no pet carrier there, so Tristan goes and he makes the horrible discovery, okay? But now, you know, they want to pick apart that he, you know, started taking her to the hospital before he called 911, right? And he's not whispering terrible things, okay? Todd and Tristan are consistent, he said, except for the time he was getting a drink. He was not eyeball to eye. They were not eyeball to eyeball, okay? Where
Yeah.
did this investigation go off the tracks? He says, well, it was when Todd said she fell.
Yeah,
He
right.
wasn't thinking of murder.
She didn't fall.
So it's like you second guess something. You're a Monday morning quarterback.
Hail Mary pass.
So unusual. Is it so unusual to assume she fell?
Yes.
Murder's the thing that doesn't make sense. But, let's see. What did I say here? Oh, but it does not equate to Todd guilty of first-degree murder. When the medical proof showed it wasn't an accident, he became the only suspect. They gathered evidence that fits their subject. They didn't look at anything else. They didn't look at the fingernails. No, that's what he said. And Hemostath talks about what he did. He says searches are done by Todd. All the searches are done by Todd. That's not true. Searches for wedding dresses, diamond rings, tattoos, not done by Todd. Physical evidence, there isn't much. The rake handle, we both agree. We agree with the state. That would already have Todd's fingerprints on it because he pulled it out of her.
Right.
The fingernails never examined, even though she had defensive wounds to both hands.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't go that because it didn't fit their theory, okay? Not driven by the facts of the case,
Right.
is what's said. Why not? Okay, and he said it undermined their theory of their case. Don't do it. They said no damage to the nails. But if you garden or you work in your car, you can have no damage to your nails and have dirt and stuff underneath them, he said. The photos showed no injuries to Todd's body. Okay? And ruling out Fraser,
Sorry.
they used cell phone pings, he said. None around towers around the Mullis farm. They didn't, makes no sense. So here's he's saying, find cell phone pings around the farm. But he's not saying from Jerry. He's saying that he thinks that they could get pings to see if anybody else, like this random murderer, is around. But it doesn't.
Who is sleeping, Justina? I don't know what's going on.
So yeah, that was just crazy. That okay.
Wait a sec.
And then he said, think about.
Wait. Who's sleeping? I'm not sleeping. I'm right here. Who's sleeping? Someone is sleeping. I really don't know who's sleeping. Please tell me, Tina. Who's sleeping? I'm lost. Okay.
About the things Amy said, right? We are very aware of Amy's affair, and Patricia only the Google searches. She says he was pretending the marriage was perfect, though September and October she was gone for half of that time, and he doesn't mind. Who would send a 13-year-old to find his mother? Someone who was planning and plotting this. We had to make it look like it was an accident. He
Nobody's
had to make it look like
sleeping.
it was an accident. If he did it right,
I don't
and
hear
only
anybody
he
sleeping.
didn't stab her 2 times. They talk about a test drive, that we
I'm so
won't give you a
confused.
test drive. That's false.
You thought you heard snoring?
All
But there's
evidence
nobody
points
on the
to defendant.
panel.
All evidence, the defense wants you to think all evidence is happenstance.
I don't know.
So she said that Amy was planning on leaving. She was storing furniture. She was telling people. It just so happens that Todd is telling Eileen he is frustrated about everything. And he told her about the affair, told Tristan that he had a convo and conversation with him. And Tristan comes from school. Tristan and Todd says she's talking to some guy. Then she has her procedure, and it just so happens, okay, that Tristan, Todd, and Amy are out in the barn, and it just so happens that Amy gets dizzy. Not once, not twice, but then Tristan says, you know, it would be helpful for us if you would go get the pet carrier. If you're not too dizzy, get the 15-pound pet carrier. And we're supposed to believe that some mystery attacker walks onto this Mullis farm at that very time, and he goes into that red shed and he sees the corn rake, and it just so happens that no one hears a thing, and it just so happens, okay, he's a really good murderer, okay? He leaves behind no evidence, nothing. And then it just so happens that Todd and Tristan have this conversation about
I think
the
you
pet
hear a
carrier,
noise, but it's
and
like a mic
that Todd
noise.
sends Tristan out to the shed, and that the defendant runs to the shed, and then he pulls the rake, and then he calls 911 and says she fell. He doesn't remember the cameras. He doesn't remember.
That's what I think you
he
hear,
says the
Tina. It's a
cat's
mic
got the
noise.
Cameras. The next day, the cameras were
My
on.
mic used to be on the
Google
desk.
searches, the infidelity and killing cheating wives. Okay, he was told that this was a murder and he had no response. He must be the unluckiest man in the world. So she says, I have proved by witnesses' testimony beyond a reasonable doubt, clearly proven the defendant's guilt. Okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt, all evidence supports it. Justice demands it. Find the defendant guilty. Over. Just same old, same old. It's in the jury's hands now. I mean, I didn't find anything very, very strong in the defense. I mean, I just don't think his defense team was really demonstrative, or I don't think either of them were that, like, have these great show-stopping. They're not like Rick Hubbard in the Jones case. I mean, that was a really, really great closing. But
there's no heavy breathing. It must have been the mic.
It's in the jury's hands.
My mic was different then. It was a Yeti, but it was on the table.
What you all think about that. But this has been like a really long day, and I've listened to all of this. I will go over this. This was like a quick synopsis, but I'm going to be going over it again and again, like in the live, and we'll talk about it. But I just wanted to get a synopsis out in one video, and I know this is like crazy, probably all discombobulated, but it's like a information dump, I think.
I will never use the CPAP for snoring. This Italian method stopped my snoring instantly.
All right, so forget it now. We've heard enough now, right? It's enough already. All right, so we're back to day one. Now, I just want to go over a few things here. Shite, I don't want that. Okay. Hang on. Let me get my little trusty. Where's the little trusty thing that I have? Okay, so we're going to go over this real quick. So today they had the doctor, the medical examiner, the one that did the autopsy, on the stand today. And they were trying to get her as like a hostile witness because she wasn't saying what the defense wanted her to say. It wasn't going well. Do you want my prediction right now? Want my prediction? Todd Mullis is going to stay right where he is. That is my prediction. He's not going to be getting his conviction overturned. He's not going to be going anywhere. He's done. Finished. That's my prediction. Anyway. Let me go back to where we were. Not where we were. We're not going to where we were. We've come so far from where we were. So it did tell us some things that I had forgotten, some of the specifics on how he called and who he called and what the wife exactly said and all that. But let me go to when Toddy Boy, back in 2022 on February 16th, I always think it's funny. Here's what I think it's funny. Not ha-ha funny, but it's weird funny. Whenever these cases come up, even when they come up on appeal, it's so crazy. It seems to happen right around the time that either the event happened or that they had their trial last time. Well, this was February 16th. It was the Court of Appeals in Iowa, okay, State of Iowa versus Todd Michael Mullis. And so I'm just going to go over this real quick from the facts and the prior proceedings. So Todd was passionate about what? Farming. He loved farm life. He loved it. He lived it. He breathed it. He loved it. He worked very hard. He purchased his first farm in 1999. He loved it. Eventually, his operation grew to 3 farms and part of another one. Tom's farm includes 2 hog barns on his home place. Todd met Amy in 2003. They met at the Delaware County Fair. We have the Delaware County Fair here, but it's not here. They were in Iowa. They married in 2004. Following the marriage, Amy moved onto Todd's farm. However, Amy worked off the farm in health care. They had 3 children, but they also had challenges. Okay, they married in 2004, and 9 years later, around 2013, Amy had an affair with someone she met through work. The couple entered counseling at the encouragement of a mutual friend, and they reconciled. Amy left her job, became a stay-at-home mom. Amy had to be accountable to Todd. Now, they're trying to say, oh, I think the counselor suggested this. I think the counselor suggested it. And maybe she did, they said. And they think she did. Amy had to be accountable to Todd and let him know if she had to go somewhere. According to Amy's stepmother, Todd resolved to work things out and told Amy's stepmother, I'm not going to lose my farm and what I've worked for since the age of 11. Things came to a head in 2018. The year was full of difficulties. In June, Amy began a second affair, this time with Jerry Frazier. He oversaw the farm's hog operation. Todd became suspicious after he reviewed a phone bill, and he noted a significant amount of contact between Amy and Frazier. So Todd confronted him. Frazier denied the affair, but Todd was unsure whether Frazier was telling him the truth. So Todd contacted Frazier's wife and shared his suspicions with her. She told Todd, "That sounds a little crazy, Todd." Todd called back a couple of days later and apologized to the both of them. He also shared his suspicions with Amy's stepmom, and Todd questioned their mutual friend, Amy's former coworker, about Amy's behavior and indicated she was acting like she had during the first affair. At one point, their friend suggested the two might be better off not together. You two might be better off, not together. But Todd responded, I have worked for this farm since I was 11, and I will not give it up. When their mutual friend learned of the affair from Amy, she told Amy, you're putting yourself in a really dangerous situation. And she expressed concern, stating, Todd is going to kill you because Todd is just the person you don't want to mess with. The friend was at a work event. She heard rumors of the affair, so she told Amy about the rumors, and Amy became upset. Girl, they're talking about you. Amy then told her where to look for her body should she go missing. Amy contacted another former coworker to see if she heard the rumors of the affair. Hey, did you hear the rumors of my affair? Have you heard them yet? And she asked her to stop any she might hear. That's a nice position to put your friend in. Hey, listen, are you hearing rumors of my affair? Okay, if you do, can you stop them right away? Thanks. Amy explained several times that Todd would kill her if he found out, and explained her oldest child, TM, had told Amy, if Dad finds out you're going to have an affair, he'll kill you. Sounds like great family time. Pass the rice. By July, Amy had talked to their mutual friend about leaving Todd, and Amy was to the point where she felt like she was strong enough to leave on her own. And it was not so much anymore that she would leave for Frazier, but she'd just leave on her own. Amy said she was quietly looking for jobs and somewhere to live, and that same month Amy explained to a friend that Todd did not want to divorce because he would lose half of everything, and it's socially unacceptable. On another occasion, Amy explained to her that she was scared of Todd, and if he found out about wanting a divorce or an affair, that he would kill her. Then Amy's grandmother passed away in August. According to Amy's brother, by then Amy was planning to divorce Todd and expected Todd to flip out. But Amy was worried that her son would become angry with her for leaving Todd. Amy asked her brother if he could store some of their grandmother's furniture so that she would have some when she left Todd. At the end of the month, Todd confided in their mutual friend and explained Amy told him there were rumors about having an affair, and then she cried for hours and said she should leave because we are better off without her. In October, Amy's uncle suffered a brain bleed, so Amy was away from Todd and the children frequently to help with her uncle's care, and her absence began to wear on Todd as he had hogs going out, plus the harvest, had to care for the children, right? He was the subject of Kenny Rogers' picked to find time to leave me, Lucille. So, now that month, Todd found a corn rake in the yard and put it in the red shed. What is this flipping corn rake doing here in the yard? I put this in the red shed. Amy had an outpatient procedure on November 6th. Upon discharge, Amy had a 10-pound lifting restriction and rested at home for a few days. A friend texted Amy in the morning of November 10th. Hey, how things going? Amy texted back, okay. Things are still very tense around here. Just not sure of anything anymore. Now, the couple's mutual friend described the procedure as an ablation, which she said was performed to treat heavy menstruation. The next morning, TM and Todd had left the house to check on some hogs off-site. They returned home to the farmhouse for breakfast that Amy had prepared, and after breakfast, Tristan and Todd went out to the north hog barn on the farm. The barn was as large as a football field. At 10:12 a.m., Amy emailed Frazier, the guy she's having the affair with, and says, do you know what I'm doing today? Cleaning effing light fixtures in the barn. WTF. A few minutes later, Tristan and Todd went to the North Hog barn. Amy came out to join them. They worked to prepare the barn for the incoming infantile hogs. Todd was arranging nipple feeders in the pens, and Tristan was bringing heaters from his storage area to the pens. Amy was cleaning light fixtures. Amy cleaned the fixtures while standing on a 5-gallon bucket. Tristan and Todd noticed that Amy seemed unsteady, and they both asked her if she was all right. Amy continued to work, but still appeared unsteady, so that both Tristan and Todd suggested she stop working on the light fixtures. Hey, why don't you? That's about enough of that. You look like you're falling down, girl. Come on. Todd suggested instead Amy could go get a pet carrier from the red shed, which was about 30 yards from the front of the hog barn. Hey, why don't you get off that bucket? Why don't you go over there and go out to the shed and go, I don't know, pick up a pet carrier and bring it out here? Okay. The pet carrier weighed 10 to 15 pounds. Todd asked Amy to either take the pet carrier to their shop building across the yard or leave it out there for them. Tristan and Todd continued to work in the hog barn for about another hour and a half, and after Amy left, Tristan took over cleaning the light fixtures. At some point, Tristan lost sight of Todd while they were in the hog barn, but was unsure of how long that was. Tristan was out of Todd's sight when he stepped into a small office in the corner of the barn to get a drink of water a couple of times, and when Todd noticed the pet carrier was not in the yard or in front of the shop, he sent Tristan to get the pet carrier out of the red shed. Tristan went into the red shed and found Amy. Amy was on her hands and knees, face down, with the corn rake sticking out of her back. Tristan yelled for Todd. Amy was unresponsive. Tristan checked whether Amy had a pulse or was breathing. Todd ran over and told Tristan, go get the truck and bring it over. Tristan's only 13. Get that truck! Todd did not render first aid or call 911 while he waited for Tristan. When Tristan brought the truck over, he saw Todd pull the corn rake out of Amy's back. Tristan got in the passenger side. Todd put Amy on Tristan's lap, and they set off for the hospital. While driving, Todd called 911 at 12:01 p.m. and said Amy fell on a corn rake. The operator told Todd to pull over and perform CPR, which Todd did. Deputy Luke Thompson arrived on the scene and took over CPR. He asked Todd what happened, and Todd told him that he found her with a corn rake in her back. An ambulance arrived on the scene and as did some bystanders who knew the family. Tristan went back to the family farm with one of those bystanders, and Todd went with another bystander and followed the ambulance to the hospital. At the hospital, Amy was pronounced dead. A medical examiner completed an initial examination of her remains and discovered 6 puncture wounds on her back. The medical examiner also observed injuries to Amy's chin, her cheekbone, her knees, her knuckles of each hand. The injury to Amy's chin had both crush and scraping components to it, but there was no debris in the wound from hitting a surface. Because Todd reported that Amy fell in the corn rake, the medical examiner asked to see it. And when the examiner discovered that the rake had 4 tines, he questioned how it could create 6 puncture wounds with one impact. So he contacted the state forensic pathologist and requested she perform an autopsy of Amy's remains. Meanwhile, deputies followed Tristan back to the family farm, where Tristan showed them the red shed where he found Amy. That evening, Delaware County Deputy Sheriff Travis Hemsath was briefed on the case by Deputy Thompson, and they took Deputy Hemsath out to the family farm to investigate. 2 days later, Deputy Hemsath attended the autopsy performed by the forensic pathologist. The forensic pathologist determined the damage to Amy's left hand could be defensive wounds consistent with a struggle, and that she had blunt force trauma to her chin, cheek, and ear. When examining the puncture wounds to Amy's back, the pathologist discovered 2 different wound paths. So the pathologist reasoned that Amy was impaled with the corn rake at least 2 times, possibly 3 times, and the pathologist found the corn rake penetrated through Amy's back deep enough to rupture her breast implant and exit her front side, as well as puncture her lung and liver. So the pathologist classified Amy's manner of death as a homicide. As a part of the investigation, Deputy Hemsath executed a search warrant, took all of Todd's electronics, including a camera system with 2 cameras covering the property. No video from a camera pointed at the red shed could be recovered, and video from the camera pointed at the yard between the buildings spanned September 11th through October 29th and then picked back up again on November 11th. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Through the day, the camera system was confiscated, but investigators could not determine if the missing video was deleted. Deputy Hemsath also collected Todd's iPad that was located in his tractor at the time. The Deputy Hemsath discovered that earlier in the year, the Google account that Todd used on his iPad was used to search for things like, did ancient cultures kill adulterers? Thrill of the kill, thrill of the hunt. Famous quote, no thrill like that of a hunting man. Once you hunt man, you'll always feel the thirst. What happens to cheaters in history? Killing unfaithful women, what to do with large open chest wounds and organs in the body. Following the autopsy, Deputy Hemsath contacted John Turbett, a special agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations, to assist in his investigation. Special Agent Turbett investigated Frazier, with whom Amy had the affair, and they eliminated him as a suspect. Special Agent Turbett then interviewed Todd. Todd described his marriage to Amy as great and said they had a very healthy marriage. Eventually, Special Agent Turbett confronted Todd and accused him of killing Amy. Todd responded by asking what evidence he had, and asked Turbett to tell him what the police knew. He told Special Agent Turbett, you want me to confess to something I didn't do. During the interview, Todd was unemotional and very flat. Eventually, Todd was arrested for Amy's murder, and the matter proceeded to a jury trial. Todd moved for judgment of acquittal following the state's presentation of evidence, contending the state failed to present evidence. Todd committed the act that killed Amy. Todd testified in his own defense, and during cross-examination, Todd conceded that Amy's death was not an accident, and someone stabbed Amy in the back with the corn rake 2 to 3 times. Todd renewed his motion for judgment of acquittal following his presentation of evidence. The jury convicted Todd of first-degree murder. Todd motioned for a new trial, which the district court denied. Todd's appeals, claiming the district court erred when it denied his motions for judgment of acquittal and abused its discretion in denying his motion for a new trial because his conviction was not supported by sufficient evidence. Additional facts will be discussed as necessary. The principles governing, okay, and then the scope, hold on, we got that part, let me see here. So they say here, on appeal, Todd attempts to challenge sufficiency of elements 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the marshalling instruction, but the state contends Todd only adequately preserved error as to the first element, identity. To preserve error on a claim of insufficient evidence for appellate review in a criminal case, the defendant must make a motion for judgment of acquittal at trial that identifies the specific grounds on appeal. With respect to the first element, we agree with the state that Todd adequately challenged identity to preserve a challenge to the first element. With respect to the second element, Todd now claims Amy died as a result of a tragic accident, not as the result of another person's actions. But Todd never argued this ground when making his motion. Instead, Todd's counsel conceded Amy died obviously as a result of criminal behavior. So his challenge to the second element is not preserved. With respect to the fourth element, which requires evidence Todd acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatively, and with the specific intent to kill Amy, we do not think Todd's motion raised an adequate challenge to preserve the issue for appeal. And the obvious and understood exception to our error preservation rule does not apply. Accordingly, we limit our review to determine whether there is sufficient evidence that Todd was Amy's assailant. Excuse me. Todd claims he never authorized his counsel to make such a concession, seemingly assuming that this will permit him to argue Amy died as a result of an accident on appeal. Even if that were true, Todd himself conceded on cross-examination that someone killed Amy, and the evidence presented at trial established that Amy died as the result of intentional conduct, not a tragic accident. Moreover, she had defensive wounds on her hand. Her chin injury, absent of any debris, was consistent with being struck by someone as opposed to falling into something. And the corn rake punctured her back at least 2 times. The evidence is indicative of an attack perpetrated by one person on another, not merely an unsteady person falling into a sharp object and fatally hurting themselves. Even if Todd had preserved the issue for appeal, we would still conclude the state presented sufficient evidence of this element. The internet searches on Todd's iPad show he was planning to murder Amy. Todd was aware of her affair and did not want to lose his farm to a divorce. The evidence established Todd impaled Amy at least 2 times with the corn rake. He went back to work in the hog barn, and then he left Amy to die in the red shed. From this, the jury could determine Todd's conduct was intentional and not accidental, making his conduct willful. And Todd impaled Amy multiple times, necessarily giving him a moment in between the blows to consider his actions and resolve himself to strike again. So the evidence is sufficient to support a finding that Todd acted deliberately with premeditation and specific intent to kill. Reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, we conclude that there was sufficient evidence to identify Todd as Amy's attacker. Though not a required element to the offense, we recognize Todd had motive to kill Amy. Witnesses testified that Amy was getting up the nerve to leave Todd, but Todd was staunchly against divorce because it would put his cherished farming operation at risk. The state also presented evidence that Amy and Tristan and a family friend believed Todd would kill Amy if he learned of the affair, and rumors were running through the community. Todd admitted he was suspicious of the affair even after he confronted Frazier about it. the jury could have reasonably concluded that Todd learned of the affair, Amy's plans to leave him, or both, and resolved to kill her, either in an act of vengeance or as an attempt to avoid divorce and preserve his assets. From the evidence presented, it was clear that either would serve as strong motivation for Todd to act. Getting down to brass tacks, only Todd and Tristan knew Amy would be in the red shed when she went to move the but he did lose sight of Todd while they worked, and Tristan could not say how long Todd was out of his sight. The two youngest children were inside the home the entire time. Both Tristan and Todd testified that no one else was on the farm that day, and Todd never heard anyone else drive onto their rural property, so there are no potential assailants. Todd argues it would be impossible for him to run 50-plus yards inside the hog barn, exit a double latch door on the east end of the hog barn, sprint 150 yards to the red shed, murder Amy with the corn rake, and run back in the time it took Tristan to get a drink. But Todd's argument rests on a faulty premise because Tristan could not say how long Todd was out of his sight. This provided a window of opportunity for Todd to slip out of the barn while Tristan worked. Todd relies strongly on Tristan's testimony that Todd did not appear winded or upset when he saw him. Again, young Tristan was just in the 8th grade when he testified at trial almost a year after the events in question. Given his young age and the trauma he no doubt experienced as a result of this incident, no one would expect him to remember the day with perfect recall. And juries are free to weigh the credibility of witnesses and believe some, all, or none of a witness's testimony. So, Tristan's testimony about Todd not appearing winded or upset is not dispositive. What is clear from the evidence is that only Tristan and Todd knew where to find Amy when she was attacked. Todd had ample motive to harm her. Tristan never left the hog barn, and he lost sight of Todd while they worked. Other than the younger children, there is no evidence anyone else was on the farm that fateful day. From the evidence presented, Todd is the only possible assailant. So, we conclude the state presented sufficient evidence that Todd was Amy's attacker, and the district court properly denied the motions for judgment of acquittal. We note Todd takes issue with the state's reference to a recording of the 911 call Todd made. The state claimed Todd could be heard whispering, "Cheating whore," "Go to hell, cheating whore," as he performed CPR on Amy. Todd denied making these statements during cross-examination, so he claims without evidence to contradict his testimony we should disregard the state's arguments as it relates to the 911 call. But the recording of the call was admitted into the record, so the recording itself serves as contradicting evidence. It is clear from the recording Todd mutters something under his breath as he performs CPR on Amy, and while it's barely audible, it is consistent with Todd calling Amy a cheating whore and telling her to go to hell, cheating whore. The recording of the 911 call was in evidence. The jury could listen for themselves and believe or disbelieve what the prosecutor represented to be on the recording. But even without consideration of the evidence, there is sufficient evidence to convict Todd. Todd also claims, because there is insufficient evidence to support his conviction, that the district court necessarily abused its discretion in weighing the evidence and determining the weight of the evidence supported the conviction from the get-go. We disagree. As we previously discussed, there was sufficient evidence supporting Todd's conviction. When ruling on the motion for a new trial from the bench, the district court stated, "I would say I think I'm actually required, or at least that I should, independently weigh the evidence and consider credibility as it pertains to a motion for a new trial. If the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence, the defendant is entitled to a new trial. I cannot say that the evidence in this case, or that the verdict is contrary to the weight of the evidence. So the court applied the correct standard and independently weighed the evidence. And from our review of the evidence, we believe it was not impossible for Todd to commit the crime, as he claims. Rather, we find the greater weight of the credible evidence establishes Todd was vengeful over Amy's infidelity. He researched how to kill his wife on the internet. He planned her murder to avoid losing his farm in a divorce. Todd took advantage of the opportunity with his weakened wife when she went to the shed where he stored a corn rake. Todd slipped out of the barn. He assaulted Amy. He impaled her at least twice with that corn rake, and then he returned without being noticed by Tristan, who was busy cleaning the ceiling lights. Later, Todd sent Tristan to the shed to find Amy. We conclude the credible evidence weighs in favor of Mullis's guilt. The verdict that was rendered was not a miscarriage of justice. The district court did not abuse its discretion in determining the greater weight of the credible evidence supported the jury's verdict's finding. Todd guilty of murder in the first degree and denying the motion for a new trial. In conclusion, the state presented sufficient evidence identifying Todd as Amy's attacker, so the court correctly denied Todd's motions for judgment of acquittal, and the court did not abuse its discretion in denying Todd's motion for a new trial, and denied, and I think it will be denied again. He's going to stay right where he is. So you can mark that on your books, or on ice, or on your books is better. Okay. That's what I just feel. That's my feelings, and I can have my own feelings. I'm entitled to them. Okay. So you should have been what? Let's see. What's going on? What happened? What's going on? Is she buffering? No, I'm not buffering. I'm not buffering. You guys have to go in and out. You have to stop. Okay. All right, now, what? Now what's your problem? So now you know? Okay, so now tomorrow, there's another day on this. I'll be watching this. The Monica Simitelli trial, I watched some of it. It's very boring right now. I'm waiting for them to get Baker. I'm waiting for Chris Austin to get on the stand, right? This is the Monica Simitelli trial is the worst because they actually had the trial in 2 days of opening statements. So everything feels super redundant, and the defense, oh my gosh, their cross-examinations are absolutely painful, and there's no point to them. So let's start picking it up a little bit in Simitelli trial. Okay, but I will be watching on day 2 of this. I've got my people in the chat who are stands. They're the stands, and they say, no, it happened this way, and you're wrong, and you're being a bully, and I don't like you, and you're not nice, and you're... No, we are nice, and we're not bullying you. We're not even talking about you. We're asking you a question. You can't even answer it because you're a stan, I guess, of this man. And I think there's got a bunch of lady fans, stans, in there that are convinced he's innocent, and that I guess they're all competing to marry him or be his whatever, his jail honey, his prison honey. And oh boy, they don't like it. They don't like you at all. You come in there with any sense or facts, they're gonna, oh boy, show their true colors. Okay, so that's the end of that now. Let me just go to something really fast. What is this? What is this? Hold on a moment. Hang on for a minute, please. What is this going on here? Is this another trial? Scooter's probably watching this one, I bet you. We've got that now. Let's see. And this one says Texas versus Benjamin Elliott, sleepwalking twin murder trial. Houston. A Texas man told police he was sleepwalking when he stabbed his twin sister to death. Has been convicted of her murder. Benjamin Elliott was 17 years old when he stabbed Megan Elliott in her bed in the early morning hours of September 29th of 2021. Now that he's convicted, he could spend the rest of his life in prison for his sister's death. Sentencing is set for Tuesday, February 25th at 10:30 a.m. So he's getting sentenced tomorrow. In recorded statements to police that were played for the jury in this trial, Benjamin said he awoke from a dream to find himself standing over his sister who had a knife in her neck. I think I remember this. Didn't we talk about this? And there's another case, right? Wasn't there another case that was like this? There was another case. Oh my gosh, now it's coming, something's coming back to me. It's making me nuts right now. I'm having deja vu really seriously. Who remembers? There was some other case when they were talking about false confessions, and it had to do with a creator on here that was a detective, and he got a really bad false confession on somebody, and he made them think that he killed his sister. Who knows what the heck I'm talking about? Why is this coming flooding into my head right now? But it's not this case, but it's another case where they said that the brother killed his sister or something. Who knows what I'm talking about? Okay. Sorry that I got so excited. In recorded statements to police that were played for the jury, Benjamin said he woke from a dream, found his sister with a knife in her neck. He said he pulled the knife from her neck and he called 911 to report that he stabbed her. Officers arrived at the family home in Katy, Texas after 4 a.m., found Benjamin performing CPR on his sister. The knife, described in testimony as a survival knife, belonged to his father, was found at the scene. Benjamin was out on a $100,000 bond since the incident. His lawyer chose not to deliver an opening statement at the start of the trial, and in court documents filed before the trial started, Benjamin's attorneys say they might call a sleep expert, a neurologist, psychiatrist, and a forensic science expert. Harris County Assistant District Attorney Maroon Kautani said in his opening statement that cell phone evidence contradicts Benjamin's sleepwalking claim. Prosecutors are also relying on Benjamin's police statements to support their theory that he knew what he was doing and when he intentionally stabbed his sister. Benjamin faces up to 99 years in prison, and though he stood trial in front of a jury, the judge will decide his punishment. Some of the trial highlights are prosecutor Maroon presented the state's opening. Let's see. Body cam footage shows Benjamin Elliott giving his sister chest compressions after she was stabbed in the neck. Elliott claims he was sleepwalking when he attacked his sister. Michael Elliott, father of the defendant and the victim, took the stand. Benjamin Elliott claims... We got that already. Hold on a minute. Defense attorney Wes Rucker focuses on parasomnias and how Benjamin's behavior indicates he wasn't aware of what he was doing. Michael Elliott recalled his daughter's face looking gray when he walked in to find Benjamin giving his sister chest compressions. Benjamin Elliott supposedly sleepwalked. Elliott said he was dreaming about eating a donut and woke up to find a partially eaten donut in his hand. Kathy Elliott, the mother of the defendant Benjamin Elliott, and the victim Megan, sobbed as she testified that her 17-year-old twins got along well. She told the jury that there was no reason for Ben to want his sister dead. Okay, I wonder if Scooter's watching that one. I wonder. He'll be sentenced tomorrow. Just saying. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Just saying about it, okay? It sounds creepy, you said? You remember, yeah, what I said that one? Amy Celeste, I believe so. Wasn't there something like that? Why is that coming back to me, Amy? Wasn't that something about a brother killing a sister? And a false confession? I think so. I remember something. It just came right back into my head as soon as it said that, but I don't think it was this one. What are we watching? Well, let's please watch what? What are we watching? I don't know what Elle thinks we're watching. I have no idea. No idea at all. I don't know what she means. I need to know. Oh, hold on a moment. I have to recognize. We have two. Hold on a moment. Let me just make sure of this. Mommy Ramblings Go Legal Fund. Okay, our legal fund got 2 new donations. So we want to thank Anonymous. And I know who Anonymous is because I see it on my side. They just don't want their name out there. They want to be harassed. For your $134 donation to the legal fund. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. And then to Anonymous for the $13 donation to the legal fund. Thank you so very much. Very appreciated. Both came in 13 hours ago. Isn't that hysterical? 134 13 hours ago and $13 13 hours ago. 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Lucky 13. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. 13 is a very lucky number. Italians consider it a very lucky number, 13. Do you know that? You probably don't. Sorry, I had to take a screenshot for my donor. I want to show them. But thank you so much, Anonymous, for that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Now. Uh-oh, let me see here. Okay. Where are we? I don't know where we are now. I can't find the live. I can't find anything. I cannot find it. Okay. Let me go back now. And I'm not even sure what Elle's saying she wants to watch. I don't know. Somebody's got to watch and tell me. Federal move to hunt glam yoga guru. What? Pennsylvania man. What happened? Yikes. Hang on, let me see what else is going on. Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. Kylie Jenner is shocked by her hairstylist's death. Wow. I don't know who Jana Kramer is, but she's really upset. She says she regrets getting breast implants when she was trying to make her cheating ex happy and thought he'd find her sexier. Shouldn't be getting those for somebody else. Right? 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 Okay. All right, let's see here. Let's see what we've got over here, okay? Oh, I'm not even gonna go there. Some of this stuff is so disgusting. I can't even. I just can't. I won't. I'm not going to. Okay, let's see. Harrison Ford, I forgot he was married to Callista Flockhart. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's like nothing really going on here. I don't see anything too much going on here. I think probably just going to go right to the word cookies, huh? I don't see too much going on. I think we've kind of covered it all tonight. You got a really good background on the Corn Rake case. Now, if you hear someone discussing it, tell them to come right over here. That'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be great. All right. What are you doing? A heart made wise. What are you talking about? The rose petal? As to his character, he thinks he's totally right, and the Most honest person in the world. Okay. Yeah, Callista Flockhart. But anyway, appreciate that. We do have a goal going on. It would be lovely to make 2 of our 5 goal. To make 2, that would be good. To make 1 would be really good. Doesn't anybody think I deserve a tip tonight? Oh boy. Nobody? Okay. All right. It's not even a tip. It's the channel has expenses, and you know, I hate asking for anything, but we've got a lawsuit going on. We've got a lot of expenses going on. So anyway, let's do word cookies. Okay, let's see what we got. See what we get tonight here. Oh, we get a spatula. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Oh, look at Scooter. Thank you, Scooter dear. Oh, hold on a minute. I have to give her what I promised, right? Way to go, Scooter. Way to go. Way to go, Scooter. You did it. You did it, Scooter. Thank you. Thank you, Scooter. Way to go. Is that good, Scooter? Is that how we practiced it? Thank you. No, much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hey, at least I don't put myself in a jail and whine and cry and carry on if I don't get stumping every single night. Okay. Let's do the daily. February is just a hard month. It's so short, and it's just been really weird. You think that's funny, Amy? It is the truth, right? Okay, let's see. Sorry, I was having a little something to eat. Lice. Ew, gross. Yeah, but you're all right. Yeah. I was going to do line. You saw lice. Okay, I see nil. I see 9. I see lie. I see. Do you see that? Oh, I see. Oh, wait. Who got? Oh, Gail. Thank you, Gail. You didn't have to do that. You've been so kind. Oh, look, I can give you a heart. Let me see if I can give Scooters a heart. Oh, look, Scooter, I can give your super chat a heart. And I can give it a thumbs up. Who would have known that? Okay. Yay, Gail gets a round of applause, okay? Yay! Gail B! Way to go, Gail B! Way to go! Way to go! Way to go, Gail B! Way to go! Yay! See? Okay. Thank you very much, Gail B. It is really sweet. Much appreciated. Much, much, much appreciated. Thank you very much. And I mean that sincerely. Okay, Niall. How about Niall? No. How about did we do line? Yes. Did we do? Where were we? No. Okay. Oh, nice. That's nice. It's nice. Who you said? That's nice. Who? Where is that from? It's nice. I told you it's nice. There's something. That's nice. It's nice. Where is that from? No, we can't do niece. We need another L. We need another L. There's only one L. Is that why you did that? So that we could say that again? Come on. Even two to make you holler is what they say, right? Oh, yes. Two makes me holler. Yes, I'm very happy with two hollers. I'm very grateful. I'm not like the ungratefuls. I'm very grateful. Truly. I am. Even one. Let me see here now. No, I needed something else for niece. No, we only have one E. We can't. We need two E's. But we can do linen. And we can do ice. And we can do and we can do let me see, what can we do, guys? Oh, we can do in. We can do in. Incline, maybe. Incline. Yep. If you're so inclined. Thank you. Look at that. We're doing good. We are doing good. Okay. And all right. Celine Dion, let's do that. Okay, that we got that. Now let's try. See, I'm always going the extra mile. Even when there's a lady swinging her arms in the road, I'm still going the extra mile for you. I always do. You know it. You know it. Because in the end, it's going to be about the people that we helped. And in the end, you might forget what a person said, but you're always going to remember how they made you feel. What? Don't take a what? Yeah, they take a part of it. They take a part of it. But you know what? Okay, let's do this codes. Uh-oh, wait. Oh, we only have to do one here. Did you figure out what this one is? I forgot that we only have one to do here. Oh, look at Scooter. Scooter's coming with $2. Even $2, yes. You get a round of applause. You'll still get all of my joy. You will still get all of my genuine gratitude and my appreciation the same, at the exact same amount as like the last time. So, yay! You might even get more because you're doing it twice, you know? Yay! Scooter, way to go! Debbie 2 Scooter is donating to the channel, and we're very appreciative of that. This is her second donation of the night, and we are so appreciative. Gail, oh my goodness, you guys. Gail, thank you. Appreciate that. That is really, Gail, it's Gail's second donation of the night with us. We're very appreciative of that. Way to go, Gail B. Gail B. Let's hear it for Gail B, everybody. Clap your hands for Scooter and Gail B. They've really shown up tonight. They've really, really shown up tonight. Yay. See? Okay. Very nice. Nice. Oh gosh, who says that? There's somebody that says that it's nice. I said it's nice. Somebody in some kind of true crime says that. Who says that? It's nice. Who says it? Please tell me who says that. It's nice. Where am I getting that from? It's nice. It's very nice. Who? Hawk? Hook? Hook? Oh, no idea. Somebody says it. I don't know. It's nice. It's not Paris Hilton, is it? No, it's not Paris. She says it's hot. But somebody says it's nice. It's very nice. Somebody in some case kept saying it was nice. It was nice. Hi, Murder of Crows. Oh, we're clapping for the donations, Murder of Crows. Don't you think that's nice to do when somebody donates? You give them a round of applause and you show them your appreciation. That's what I'm trying to do. Now let's see. Please, guys, what do we have here? What did you say? Hooks? There's only one O, though. There's only one O. Okay, so how about docs, we did docs. Doses, dosks, kiosks, dosks, hawks. Well, I tried hawks. It doesn't work. Watch it work right now. Oh my gosh. How many times did we try hawks? We tried hawks, Murder of Crows. It's nice. It's nice. Who the heck says that? I said it's nice. Somebody in a case. It's going to drive me nuts. It's going to drive me crazy. But it's nice. It's really nice. All right, let's do this. Away. Airway. Airy. Wary. Wiry. Okay. War. Right. Way. Air. Raw. Ray, of course. Okay, let's see, what have we got here? Let me do this. array. It's an array of stuff. It's beautiful. What happened to array? Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, sorry. War. What the heck are these two? Oh, rye. Rye. Right, and there's one more that it's got to be. Here. Yeah. Yaw. Yeehaw. That's for yeehaw. Okay. And then this one's got to begin with an A. And it's got to be aria. Aria. That's right. And then, let's see. This one right here has got to be up and away. All right, let's see. No, it's not going to be any of those, so there we go. Very nice, very nice. Nice. It's nice. Oh, that's going to drive me crazy. Somebody better help me with that. Isn't there one of those animals that's a cabbie or something like that? Come on, come on. Did we do via? Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. Right? And Viva Las Vegas. No. No, no Viva Las Vegas. Gilby, you need to stop. That's way too nice, Gail. That's way too nice, Gail. Thank you. That is way too generous. Thank you. Thank you, Gail. You shouldn't have done that, though. That's way too generous. Thank you. All right. Gail B, way to go. Way to go, Gail B. Yay, Gail B. And that's Gail B with her third super thanks of the night. We appreciate that, Gail B. Way to go. And our goal has been met. We need like an air horn. We need like hold on a minute. Let me do something. Hang on. Don't get scared. Hold on. Hold on. go, Gail B. Way to go, Gail B. She's going to get 3 and Scooter's going to get 2. Way to go, Scooter. We got 1 more for Scooter, guys. Way to go. Thank you, everybody, for your applause. I'm sorry that I had to get you up, but don't worry about it. We'll just wait till the next time. Okay, thank you. Girl. All right. Okay. Now let's go over here. Let me see here. Let's see. Oh, cat. K. Okay, K. No, okay. We did IC, right? We did that. Okay, let's see. Let's see. No. No. Abby, what is this now? Ivy. Ivy, poison ivy. Stay away from the poison ivy. It's horrible. Vivacity. Vivacity. Vivacity? Is that what you said? Vivacity. Very good, Murder of Crows. Vivacity. Very good. You should get a round of applause for that. Yay! Okay, sorry. I do appreciate that. Okay. Built this city on rock and roll. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see if we can just bang this out tonight. Because we're honey now. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Red. And gear. And dare. Right? And grade. And how about a grader? Yeah. And how about a an R-E-A-D, read. And how about a rage? And how about a rager? No? Okay, how about R, age, but not through that bar age, right? And how about if it's era, right? And an ear and deer, right? And era, we have ear, we have era, right? And then we have red, and we have red, and we have rag, and we have Agor? No. There. Right. D A Regard. Okay, and now I'm looking at your Murder of Crows. You know I am Murder of Crows, right? Hold on a minute, Murder of Crows. Oh, Murder of Crows, my mouse is not working. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. What do you got there for me? Grad. That's from A Heart Made Wise. Okay. Drag got now. Rear. Okay. Now let's see what else you've got. Drear. Nope. Gear. Okay, let's see what else you guys got. Aged, Murder of Crows says. Okay, Murder of Crows, you're right. Beautiful. Aged, okay. So let's see, we've got Rage and we've got Read. So we need Rare. Okay, now over here we have Grade. So how about Cola? No. Cola. No, can't do that. Rager. I tried Rager, right? Raged. Oh, okay. There we go. Very good, very good. Next. Rid. Bid. Big. Bed. Ride. Ridge. Bridge. Okay. Beg. Red. Reg. Did we do beg? Ride. Right. What about gird? Bird. Right. Dire. Right. rig, right? Rig. And then how about, it's not rag, is it rid? Oh. Dibs. Oh, how about grid, right? And there's got to be a bribe. No, there's not. Ride, we have, ow, I had crossed my leg. Oh my gosh, ow, my leg fell asleep. Oh my gosh, you know how that feels so bad? When your leg falls asleep and then you've got to try to move it? Ouch. Ow. Sorry. It still hurts. Bridge, ridge. I thought that beige. No, I don't have that. Okay. Sorry, I'm making my chair make that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to wake my leg up. All right, let me see. Oh, brig was there. Brig. How about brigged? No. All right, let's see. Rib roast. There we go. Now we just need something over here. Yeah, gib. I think I already did buy, didn't I? I thought I did. Ow. D, E. What could this be for E? Oh, ire. That's what it is. Okay. And then this one's got to begin with a B. BR. Bree. No. BR. There we go. And one more. Let's see. BR. Uh-oh. I lost you guys. My whole live stream went out. I need you guys to believe me. Okay. Okay. I tried that brie. Bread, I already tried that. You guys are behind a little bit. What is this? Dirge. Okay. Very good, Murder of Crows. Very good. We're almost there in the home stretch. It depends on how bad it's going to be, okay? And snow remover, prayers for your husband. That's terrible. Person makes a full recovery, Jesus. Yeah, so sad. Poet. I didn't even know it. Lot. Lit. Yeah. Oh, little lady, how you doing? How you doing, little lady? You're just popping in to say goodnight? Why? We don't fill up your days anymore? You only say goodnight to us? You hate us? I'm just fooling around with you, you know that. But really, do you hate us? No, I'm joking. You know I am. Ole, 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 ole. Yeah, but really, prayers for Snow Remover's husband and that he makes a full recovery. You're just amen. For sure. For sure. Love you too, little lady. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. You had an early morning appointment? I hope everything went well for you. Okay, let's see. Let it be. Let it be. Don't let it be a lie. Sneeze again, I knew it. I'm having a sneezing fit. I have a sneezing fit. I go in these things, they have a sneezing fit. Polite, you're right there, Murder Crows, you're right. Polite, polite, polite. Okay. Pet. Pelt. Pelt. Don't get your pelt off the pet. Don't get your pelt off any animal. Bad, bad. Okay, sorry. Pot. Top. Tip. Oil. Toil. Plot. Well, I'm sorry. I woke my dog up and my dog's coming walking in here like, what am I doing? Banging my foot like that. Sorry. We're going to go to bed in a minute, guys. What? What? Pilot. Remember Pilot Pete? Where is Pilot Pete? I miss Pilot Pete. Pilot Pete used to come by and give me snacks for the dogs. And then say nice things. Where's Billy Boy Blue? Billy Boy, where are you? Where is my video reel? Where is my video reel? I'm very worried about video reel. I'm really, really worried about video reel. And I hope he's okay. I really do. And I'm totally serious when I'm saying this. I'm really, really scared. Let's say his name 3 times. Video reel, video reel, video reel. Pilot Pete, Pilot Pete, Pilot Pete. Billy Boy Blue, Billy Boy Blue, Billy Boy Blue. Remember the other high-speed drifter? High 61, high 61, high 61, high-speed drifter, high-speed drifter, high-speed drifter. Where is UHP? UHP, UHP, please. Let's go. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's see. Mr. Electric, Mr. Electric, Mr. Electric. Please come into the building, Mr. Electric. Okay. Tippy, triple, tipple, tipple. E-L. What was that? No, E-L-O. What was that? Electric Light Orchestra. Yeah, E-L-O. E-L-O. Electric Light. E-L-O. Electric Light Orchestra. Tie. Tie is there. Okay, now one more. Look at this. We're doing it so fast, and then we're going to have an advancement very, very soon. So this is, oh, light. Light. There we go. You lit up my life. Give me hope. Look at this. We are doing so good. We are just Hulk. Husky. Lush. And where do we go, sky? Right, sky. High. Let me see, sky high. Do you do this? Oh. Huh. Sky, I got, oh, Sly. Sly in the Family Stone, right? Oh, Shy. Too shy to shy. Yeah. We got Shy. Sulk. Where's Silky? Silky, where are you? Silky, Silky, Silky. Okay, his. His. Hush? No. Okay, his. Let's see. His and shy. Too shy to shy. Shell? No. Oh, shul. Okay. Okay, I don't know what to do here. Let's see what I'm back, it'll be shy his husk. Husqvarna. Husqvarna. Right. What do you got? Catch a goo goo goo? What? I already have husky. I already have it. Huskily? You did that very huskily. But that's there, yeah. Shy. Oh, I was going to say shyly, but I can't. Okay. Shy. Oh, shoot. Alright, should we call it a night? Silky? Uh-oh. Very nice. What else you got for me? What else you got? Oh, too shy. Kajagoogoo. Kajagoogoo, yeah. Too shy to shy. Hush, hush. I don't. Okay, now I know what you're saying. Oh, Kajagoogoo. Okay. I got you. I've got you. Don't you worry about it. Carolyn catches on sooner or later. She's got it. Sulky. Oh, sulky. You're very sulky today. Get your sulky little butt out of here. Nobody wants to see your little sulky puss on your face. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what I am. I'm something drunk, not by alcohol, but by something else. Please excuse me and don't hold it against me. Okay, let's see. Okay. Ski. Okay, yeah, or ski, skill. We need one more. One more, my pretty. Your little dog, too. Okay, come on. Let's see. I'm going to get this one. It's going to be... It's going to be... I'm looking at all the letters. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Okay, let's see. Low. What is it? We've already got his. How about whole? How about hose? Hook. Alright. How about sick? How about... Oh my goodness. Mr. Rogers, what are you doing at the office? What are you doing? I don't know why. Can't figure this one out. L-I-K. Nope. Nope. Oh, ilk. My cousin used to say something when we were kids, and it was about homogenized milk, and it was, they used to say it backwards. Homogenized and milk. And so it was clim, and then homogenized backwards. And then you go, do you want some clim? And you'd be like, what? It's homogenized milk. And they would say, yeah, they're just go crazy. I have to tell my cousin about that and see if he remembers that. Store. Fours. Forts. Okay. Frosted window panes, and you're gonna foster. You're gonna fret, and you're gonna fret, and you're gonna sort your things, and you're going to have a festive. You're gonna have a little rose, and you're going to oh, softer. Soft and softer. You guys getting this stuff? Oh. Toes. Tour. Okay, let's see. What do you... Rest. Get your rest. Time to get your rest. Go into the forest in the trees. Ooh. Ooh. our guest, you're our guest. Da, 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 da. Toe. Reset? No. What have you got, guys, for me? Toes, I already got that in there. Got that in there. Got that in there. Got that in there. Got that all in there. Pretty sure I've got... Oh, I thought I had those in there. Okay, guys. One more and we make the advancement. I just did all those. Wow, it's crazy. I just did those right there. Boom, boom, boom. See if you got the other one I need. I don't know what this one is. Fours? I tried that, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Forte? Yay, we did it. We did it, yay. We did it, we did it, we did it. We became, what are we now? What? The fee. Okay, we've always got to play the first game. Even if we don't finish it, we've got to get some of it in. That's how we work around here. We know that. Very good, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work. Fundamentals. Candy. We did that with your cat. With your cud, and you like to do that in your fun. a cad. And you're a fad. And you're a... Oh, I think I've got to go to bed. You can't under the banner. I can't see under the banner. Getting so tired. I think I've got to go to bed. And do 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 fan. We need a fan. We already have one. Sorry. Cough, 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 cough. And duff, right? Duff, duff, duff. No. Well, it's enough. Huff, huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down. Oh shoot, I almost knocked my keyboard all over the floor. That would not be good. Not at all. Bad. Handcuff. Okay. Had. Now, what was the other one? What's this other one here? There's got to be something. It's got to be there. It's got to be, got to be, got to be, got to be. Huh. Oh my gosh, you guys, what is this one? I tried cut, didn't I? I did. Let me think here. Let me see here. I was just thinking about something else. I'm having all these thoughts coming back in my head. Something about my mother, like now. Like one of my relatives coming to my thing, like where are they, or so, a weird thing I just had come into my head. So weird. What have you got done? Did you end? Yay, we are done. Beautiful. Okay, that's it, guys. That's it for tonight. That was great, great, great. We got our advancement. I love you guys. God bless. Prayers. Be good. Be fine. Be good people. Go out into the world and make other people smile. Make that your life goal. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers, and stay well and happy and loving. Good night.